Morena team, we will get underway with the hearing, day 4. Welcome everyone, and I understand we've got the team from Ryman Healthcare and the Retirement Villages Association with us. Just before we say hello and make introductions, we'll start with a karakia. Thanks, Ms. Bennett.
Tēnei au, ko te hokai nei tapi wai, ko te hokai nuku, ko te hokai rangi, ko te hokai ato tūpuna a tāne nui a rangi. I riro iho ai, ko te ki te tuatea, ko te ki te aro tua uri, ko te ki te aro nui. Ka tiritiria ka paupau a kia papatua nuku, ka puta te ire tangata ki te whai au ki te ao marama, I hei mau ora.
Thank you. Good morning to the team coming over the internet to us. Perhaps if we started our end just with introductions so that you can see who we are, and then we'll invite you to do the same, and then the floor is all yours for the next hour and a half or so, I think. So we'll start at the far end of the table here with introductions from our team.
Kia ora tātou, my name is Alan Withy. I've been doing this sort of work for about 30 years and I've met John Collins. I've spoke to your association on one occasion about mediation. Welcome to our hearing.
Kia ora tātou, I'm Lisa Mean, a planner, urban designer and commissioner here. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, my name's Pia Bennett. I'm a local from Tauranga Moana and a recently exited practitioner with mainly iwi and hapu. Kia ora.
Morena, Greg Carlin, I'm chairing this hearing. Welcome along. We'll hand over to you. We've got obviously the team from Western Bay of Plenty here, but we'll hand over to you and the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir. Kia ora morena, everyone. My name is Luke Hinchy. I'm a partner at Chapman Tripp and I'll be the legal counsel for the RVA and Ryman team today. I'll pass over to Mr. Collins. Oops, I think you're on mute there, John.
Sorry about that, everybody. Kia ora tātou. John Collins, Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association. Alan, lovely to see you again. Look forward to talking to you.
Shall I go next? Ko Nairi Kirstaka-Wingawa. So I'm the Joyce Cook Chair in Ageing Well at the University of Auckland and I'm an independent witness today.
Mr. Akehurst.
Kia ora tātou. My name's Greg Akehurst. I'm a Director at Market Economics and I'll be talking today about financial contributions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, Nikki Williams. I'm an Associate with Mitchell Daish and the Planning Witness today on behalf of the RVA and Ryman.
Thank you.
That's the team we've got today. Mr. Brown is another witness for Ryman Healthcare and wasn't able to attend today, but I gather he's been accommodated on the Friday afternoon. So thank you for accommodating Mr. Brown. I will kick off with some brief legal submissions. You've got my my fuller version, and I've taken it that you've read all that, and the witnesses have obviously got full briefs and they've taken those as read as well. I really just wanted to touch on some of the key themes in the legal submissions by way of introduction and I guess draw attention to a few legal issues that I think need to be addressed. I just want to start by saying that, and this is somewhat self-evident, but special legislation was deemed necessary by the government to address New Zealand's housing crisis, and that has been seen to be a serious national issue. And the present process, as you know, Commissioners, is designed to enable and speed up housing intensification to address that crisis. And it does that by expediting the process of giving effect to the national direction, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and it seeks to remove unnecessary planning restrictions which have slowed down and prevented housing intensification in the past. Ryman and the RVA bring a particular perspective to the process. Like most of New Zealand, the Western Bay of Plenty District has a rapidly ageing population. However, the shortfall of appropriate retirement housing and care capacity to cater for that population is already at a crisis point, and delays and uncertainty caused by Resource Management Act processes are a major contributor to the shortfall. And this growing crisis is not a discrete or a minor issue in my submission. The lack of suitable housing and care affects a significant proportion of the district's population. And I note there that the RVA and Ryman evidence draws out the elements of the issue, and I submit that evidence is not materially contested, at least not from a technical point of view. And drawing out of those elements, the Western Bay ageing population, that information is based on up-to-date New Zealand statistics data. The different health levels and different needs of older people emphasised in the evidence, that's not contested. The worsening shortage of suitable accommodation and care, the significant role that retirement villages play in addressing the shortage, the unique functional and operational requirements of retirement villages that are different to typical residential housing, the lack of suitable sites for retirement villages in residential and commercial areas, and the inefficient use of the very few larger sites that are available. And then the many challenges of current plans and consenting processes for delivering retirement villages, such as ill-fitting and cumbersome planning tools, misunderstandings of the community and council officers as to the specialist retirement living requirements, and lengthy hearing processes caused by excessive assessment requirements and notification processes. The RVA and Ryman evidence comes from two highly experienced industry representatives, Mr. Collins and Mr. Brown. Those two people are at the coalface of retirement village policy, development and operations. And you'll also hear from a premier independent expert in gerontology, Professor Nori Kurse. The question then becomes, what is the appropriate planning response to address all of these issues? Now, the council officer frames the matter as a philosophical issue as to whether specific age-based provisions are necessary, and they don't favour the specificity sought by Ms. Williams. In fact, I think they more or less say that the existing provisions are adequate. Ms. Williams does not see the matter as a philosophical issue. Rather, she responds to the national policy directions and the evidence of a significant resource management problem affecting a large portion of the district's older population. And because of that, she supports greater specificity. She carefully explains how that specificity delivers on the NPSUD and the MDRS objectives and policies. That's her Appendix B. And key directions there, just wanted to emphasise, are the need to enable all people in the community to provide for their wellbeing and in particular their health and safety, the need to provide a variety of homes that respond to demand, and the direction to provide for the day-to-day needs of residents. As the evidence highlights from Ryman and the RVA, addressing the health and safety needs of older people is complex and requires a specialist response both in the district plan and in the variety of accommodation that it's provided. Ms. Williams also emphasises that the policy directions require district plans to acknowledge the changes in character and amenity of existing neighbourhoods that need to occur to ensure a planned built character that enables the variety of homes needed for the future. And plans need to be responsive and to enable developments that provide significant development capacity. Retirement villages in my submission do just that. That said, Ms. Williams' planning approach also contains the necessary safeguards to manage the range of potential effects, and she's taken those safeguards using the direction from the MDRS on the degree of control that is expected. And her approach will also ensure retirement villages fit into their anticipated environments while achieving high quality design outcomes, also completely aligned with the MDRS. In this context, I submit that Ms. Williams' evidence should be preferred. The additional specificity requested is justified by the evidence and is needed. The approach is more efficient and effective, It better gives effect to the national directions. It is aligned with the planning approach expected in the MDRS for 4 or more dwellings, with some relatively subtle adjustments to address the specialist uses in retirement villages, which Ms. Williams can explain in more detail. It's more enabling of retirement villages in the key zones that are to be used for intensification in this district. It recognises positive benefits of retirement villages and the need for many more of them. It enables the efficient use of larger sites. It provides for retirement villages in commercial zones in accordance with Policy 3, with appropriate controls there to reflect the different zoning. Generally, it is less restrictive, but with appropriate and proportionate controls. It includes objectives and policies which will provide greater clarity for the subsequent planning provisions as they cascade down in resource consent processes. It provides an approach that is consistent with what the industry is seeking in other Tier 1 council processes, and as is emphasised by the experts and the Ryman and RBA representatives, that consistency is important for delivering retirement villages around the country. And as I've said, it better responds to the issues that have been addressed in the evidence, which, as noted, is not, in my mind, contested. So in this context, I would respectfully put to the commissioners the question of what is the downside of the specificity that is being sought? In my submission, it's submitted that there aren't any material downsides as raised by the officers. They just simply say that the existing provisions are adequate. And I don't see that as a significant reason to resist with respect. However, the upsides of greater clarity are significant for retirement village operators and future retirement village residents, as the evidence outlines. Less specificity will mean that a necessary housing option, providing significant development capacity for the district, will be left to face ongoing planning uncertainty and consenting delays. And ultimately, the burden of those delays will be felt most by the district's residents that cannot afford to wait for this accommodation. As the evidence highlights, these are vulnerable people in their old age with deteriorating health and wellbeing conditions. I just want to draw attention to 2 particular legal issues that I've covered in the legal submissions. The first one relates to notification presumptions. And I'm not sure if you've heard from others or the council on this issue, but I just wanted to touch on the points I've made. The Section 42A report has removed notification presumptions for 4 or more units from the plan change on the basis that presumptions don't need to be repeated. And I submit that's not legally correct. PC 92 must incorporate the medium density residential standards, and those standards are essentially all of those matters in Schedule 3A of the RMA, and they include that need to provide for those presumptions. Unless the presumptions are included in the plan, then they simply will not be able to be accounted for during the consent process under sections 95A and 95B. And I just note there that all other Tier 1 councils that this group have been engaging with through the hearing processes to date have included notification presumptions in the planning provisions. I think it would make sense both legally and practically to do that here. The second point relates to the consideration of positive effects. And in this case, the matters of discretion proposed by council for retirement villages do not allow the positive effects of retirement villages to be considered in decision making. Just say there that Section 104C is very clear that when considering an application for consent for restricted discretionary activities, a consent authority can only consider those matters over which discretion is restricted in the plan or in an initial environmental standard. So if you don't specify that in your restricted discretionary activity, you cannot consider it. And that has been a problem with some, or many actually, plans that we've dealt with in the past, where those positive effects have just been essentially ignored because it's no statutory right to consider them. And I would submit that would create a significant gap in the restricted discretionary regime in this case. And that's particularly in light of the policy intent of the Enabling Housing Act and the National Policy Statement Urban Development, which is all about enabling the benefits associated with providing appropriate housing for the community. So I submit that matter of discretion needs to be updated, as Ms. Williams has suggested, to include positive effects. And then finally, just drawing attention to the more discrete topic of financial contributions. That is an outstanding issue as between the officers and the Ryman and RBA witnesses. And I just submit there that the council's approach does not reflect the evidence on the effects of retirement villages on council infrastructure. And the officers haven't presented, which respectfully I say, any research or independent views on the demands of older people on council infrastructure. They simply assert that those living independently are still going to use council services just as much as any other independent residents living in a community. And I submit that that is simply not the case. And you'll hear from Mr. Akehurst. His evidence is based on extensive research and is independent. Professor Kirst and Mr. Collins also refer to the demographics of the district, which shows similar ageing population trends to other parts of New Zealand. And in that context, I say that Mr. Akehurst's evidence should be preferred. In terms of how you manage the financial contributions, there's some suggestion that perhaps you just leave all of that to the consent process, and if there is a case for a lower demand, then that can be worked through, during consenting. And I submit there that that's not an effective or an efficient approach. Retirement village operators should not have to rely on that potential uncertainty. Really, developers, and including retirement village operators, should be able to read the district plan and know what contributions will be required. And without that uncertainty, I think the prospect of appeals and disputes at the consent stage are highly likely, and this process can, in my submission, avoid that. So that was all I had to say by way of opening. I'm happy to answer any questions and hand over to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Hinchy. I think what we might do is follow the practice we've had over the last few days and hear from everyone, and then come back and ask general questions, and you can channel them to the right person. Is that
perfect?
Right?
No, that's perfect. Thank you, sir. All right. Well, I'll hand over then to Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much, Luke, and good morning, everybody. Before I start, just one error in my evidence, I'm embarrassed to say, in paragraph 60, where we claim we've got 6 more villages in development in the district. Unfortunately, I think we've miscoded a couple of those with their addresses, and in fact, there are actually 2 villages in development, Abbeyfield and Katikati, and the Omokura Country Club. So if you'd just like to make that a small change, thank you very much, and my apologies for that. Anyway, my full name is John Nicholas Charles Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Retirement Villages Association, and I have considerable knowledge and understanding of the aged population, the retirement sector, and its challenges from my more than 15 years in the industry. The proportion of older people in our communities compared with the rest of the population is increasing rapidly. The growth in the 75 plus age bracket in the Western Bay of Plenty is significant, with this age group predicted to more than double between 2018 and 2048. Similarly, the 85 plus age bracket is also forecast to more than quadruple. More of these people are seeking out high quality care and amenities that retirement villages provide. However, demand for retirement villages is outstripping supply. The need to enable appropriate accommodation and care options for older people is a matter of great importance, not only for New Zealand, but also for the Western Bay of Plenty district. To respond to the shortfall of appropriate retirement housing and care, the RVA is seeking to accelerate housing intensification for the nation's ageing population. To achieve this outcome, we propose consistent and enabling regulatory provisions. These provisions need to clearly respond to the needs of an ageing population and the unique features of retirement village activities. We also seek to remove undue planning restrictions, which are needed to better reflect the government's housing intensification requirements. In the RVA's view, and guided by Ms. Nicola Williams, Plan Change 92 to the Western Bay of Plenty does not adequately provide for the ageing population and retirement villages. This is not, in our view, a philosophical issue, as a council officer has suggested. It's very real for our members. They are currently required to regularly navigate complex and time-consuming resource consent processes to enable their housing activities. Delays impact both on the operators, but also on the older people that desperately need the care and specialist accommodation that retirement villages provide. Greater certainty and efficiency in planning processes will be very helpful. So accordingly, we consider Plan Change 92 must firstly meet the housing needs of older people, including the ability to age in place in their existing communities by enabling retirement villages in all appropriate zones. Secondly, streamline consent processes, reducing unnecessary delays caused by complex assessment requirements and notification. Thirdly, provide for the efficient use of suitable sites for retirement villages in all zones that anticipate residential activities, including residential, commercial, and mixed-use zones, given the shortage of such areas. Provide for the day-to-day needs of residents through consenting requirements that recognise the unique functional and operational needs of retirement villages. And fifthly, include financial contribution provisions that provide certainty for operators and recognise the substantially lower demand profile that villages place on community infrastructure. Now, these outcomes will be expanded on by Mr. Brown, Professor Ngaire Kirsk, and Ms. Williams. We are encouraged by the council officer's acknowledgement that retirement villages enable housing and are anticipated within residential zones. That said, the provisions of Plan Change 92 do not go far enough. I disagree with the officer's assertion that the current planning provisions for retirement villages are adequate. The RVA would not be investing the significant time and cost in the present process if that were the case. Retirement villages and aged care facilities tend to be different from typical residential housing in order to properly cater for the day-to-day health, well-being, mobility, and amenity needs of residents. I note that retirement villages provide most, if not all, of the resident amenities on site without the need for external community infrastructure or space. The relief we seek will better enable the delivery of housing for older persons, in particular by ensuring the functional and operational characteristics of retirement villages are recognised and provided for. Retirement villages can also be located in commercial and centre zones, particularly given the scarcity of appropriate sites in residential zones. Enabling villages in these zones will assist with allowing older persons to age in place and provide residents with good amenity and access to services. This is what the RVA's larger sites policy, as well as our request for a degree of flexibility to develop in commercial zones, are aimed at. Finally, retirement villages have a substantially lower demand profile than standard residential developments. Ultimately, the RVA's members do not object to paying their fair share towards the district's growth costs. However, the charges need to be fair and reasonable and robustly justified. Ms. Williams has proposed further refinements to ensure PC 92 provides a complete fit for purpose planning provisions for retirement villages that will better respond to the retirement housing and care crisis. I agree with the proposed amendments to PC 92 as set out by Ms. Williams in her evidence. I consider that the framework proposed by Ms. Williams will better respond to the retirement housing and care crisis by better enabling the provision of retirement villages. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, John. I'll pass over to Greg now. It's okay.
Good morning. My name is Greg Akhurst. I am a founding director of Market Economics, and I have more than 25 years of experience in consulting to central local government and developers. I've also had significant experience in assessing development contributions and financial contributions that probably stems from about 2005 onwards. In terms of assessing Plan Change 92, there are sort of three sections, I guess, in my evidence. First of all, I look at some of the sort of economic principles that should sit in behind the development of contributions policies. And then I focus in specifically on the notified Plan Change 92 financial contributions before making some recommendations in terms of what I believe should be fitted into the policy in order to ensure that it is proportionate and equitable. So there's just a couple of points in terms of the principles that I'd like to sort of draw your attention to. I note that Western Bay do not have a development contributions policy. Instead, they rely on financial contributions to sort of capture all of their growth funding. So therefore, it's especially important to ensure that the rigor and the discipline that is usually applied under most development contribution policies is also present under the financial contributions policies. The fundamental principles are the same between the Resource Management Act and the Local Government Act, and that is that those that generate the need for council to spend money on capital infrastructure, or those who receive the benefits from that investment, must carry the cost in proportion to the share of the load that they generate or the share of the benefits they receive. I note that in the notified version of Plan Change 92, the retirement villages are proposed to be charged at 0.5 of an HHE, or a household equivalent unit. And that is due to the lower occupancy rates that retirement village units have. So there is a fundamental issue with that position adopted, and that is that it assumes that on a per person basis, those residents within retirement villages are utilising council infrastructure in exactly the same manner as everyone else in the community. And in my view, this is just simply not the case. Three key reasons for that. The first one, obviously, is that the residents are old. In independent living units, the average age is in the early 80s, and in the care units, the average age tends towards the late 80s. Second point, the residents are frail. It's often a health incident that causes people to make a choice to move out of living by themselves into a retirement village, and that these residents are therefore much less mobile than the general public, and they're also significantly less mobile than the average over 65 or the average retirement community. And the third point is that retirement villages offer a high level of amenity in terms of the internal provision of infrastructure to ensure that the lives of residents are rich and rewarding in spite of their limited mobility. So often the provision of pools, gardens, meeting spaces, libraries, gyms and cafes are common. So most residents' recreational needs are met internally. So therefore, it's my submission that retirement villages should not have to pay the same financial contributions as other dwellings on a per person basis, while also having to fund the same or similar facilities privately. A financial contribution based solely on the levels of occupancy, a 0.5, significantly overcharges the retirement village sector relative to the load that they place on council infrastructure. Just as an aside, I note at this point that charging 0.5 of an HHE based on an assumption that 1.3 is half of 2.7 is also inaccurate. And that leads to an overcharge in and of itself. So I make some recommendations, which I've summarised in Figure 1, and those recommendations are based on a significant amount of research that we've carried out across the country that looks at what people in retirement villages actually do and how they actually engage in council-provided infrastructure. So you'll note there that for independent units, it's around 5% of an HHE, and for the care units, it's about 1%, and we struggled to get it to 1%, to be honest. So charging retirement units as though they represent 50% of an HHE actually overcharges them by a factor of 10. So these low levels of usage of infrastructure and also drives other aspects like traffic and transport demand. Residents themselves make very few trips in and out of the villages. That is offset to a certain extent by commercial deliveries, but the research that we've carried out shows that they only generate about 27% as many trips as an average dwelling, and about 24% for the care units. Again, overcharging them, but setting the 0.5 of an HHE overcharges them quite significantly. Just turning to wastewater and water consumption. Retirement villages on a per head basis generate lower wastewater volumes and consume less water. Why is that? Primarily because the use of commercial kitchens and commercial laundries are far more efficient. Collectively, a retirement village will have a smaller garden footprint than a similar amount of dwellings outside of a retirement village, and they're centrally managed, more efficiencies there, and also lower car ownership and other things like that lead to lower water consumption. Focusing on stormwater. Now, retirement villages are often designed, well, mostly designed in a comprehensive manner, and they often have on-site mitigation measures built into that design, and that these need to be taken into account rather than simply applying a 0.5 HHE, which I note is exactly the same as a minor dwelling on a standard house site, which may have absolutely no mitigation measures incorporated. So by excluding and ignoring any of those mitigation measures, you end up overcharging quite significantly for stormwater. So just in summary, the key issue that I identify with Plan Change 92 is that the FC charges will not be based on a robust assessment of the need generated by growth and the infrastructure provided to meet that need. This means that the causal nexus has not been established. The averaging process adopted by Western Bay in setting their FC policy is administratively efficient, but it is very important that they step back from that and from the averaging and identify areas where it has resulted in significant disparities. As it currently stands, the proposed financial contribution in Plan Change 92 is not equitable and proportionate, and is not proportionate. It leads to FC charges for the retirement village sector that are out of kilter with the level of demand or effect this sector places on community infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. I'll hand over to Professor Kirst now.
Good morning, everybody. Just check that you can hear me. Could you give me a nod? Yeah, thank you. My full name's Professor Nairi Margaret Kirst. I'm a GP, medical doctor, and gerontology expert, and currently the Joyce Cook Chair in Ageing Well at the University of Auckland. My submission is about the people and the ageing population. The demographic ageing is reaching crisis levels with housing and health for older people and requires, I would say, urgent response from all sectors. Local government is a key part of that response, involving, of course, facilitation of appropriate age-friendly housing, among other things. Retirement village living is an important part of that housing development. The Western Bay plenty population is rapidly ageing. A person is increasingly at risk of common health conditions such as mobility problems, cognitive impairment, social isolation as they age. Retirement villages do provide for preventive processes such as physical activity, access to green spaces, vibrant social activities, and opportunities to stay active and connected. My evidence outlines the common health and social issues people accumulate as they age. Appropriate housing can moderate the negative impact of those conditions on well-being and facilitate independence. Social cohesion and connection, and thus well-being, will be facilitated by proximity to their known environments, such as local residential neighbourhoods, commercial zones. In my opinion, retirement villages would be best placed in those types of neighbourhoods. For those with substantive disability, aged residential care is required. The number of available beds is already limited. The projected growth in numbers of beds needed to serve the future older population is of significant concern. As it stands, Western Bay Plenty will be unable to meet that anticipated need. Aged care beds are essential for efficient health system functioning, and they assist in maintaining quality of life for those with substantive disabilities and older age, as well as providing significant and valued support for their wider families and networks. In my view, it's imperative that national and local agencies promote, support and facilitate healthy ageing policies to enable these needs to be met. Retirement villages provide a feasible and ongoing solution and need to be located in accessible locations for the communities in which they serve. The care homes they contain are essential to maintaining the efficient health system, and I would encourage easing barriers to the expansion of retirement villages and allowing flexibility in where they are placed because of the opportunities that they offer. That concludes my summary, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Professor Kearse. We'll perhaps continue with Ms. Williams and then come back.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Over to you, Nikki.
Thanks. Good morning, kia ora, Nikki Williams. I'll take my evidence as largely read and just provide a bit of a summary before we get into the questions. So really to briefly recap in my evidence, I set out that the overall framework proposed by Ryman and the RVA seeks to ensure greater consistency and better provision for retirement villages as a bespoke subset of the 4 or more residential unit typology, which is, the core of the national policy statement and the medium density residential standards. And the framework developed by the RVA and Ryman, as Mr. Hinchy mentioned, is a framework that we have worked with across all the Tier 1 councils, including Western Bay of Plenty. And the general purpose of the provisions is really just to provide very clearly in district plans for the changing demographics of the ageing population and ensure that appropriate housing is sufficiently enabled in line with the NPSUD and the Enabling Housing Act, while at the same time ensuring that the environmental effects are appropriately managed. I'll just now quickly run through the real key points of the framework that we're proposing. And I'll start with the definitions. And I note that in the statement of rebuttal reply evidence, the Council Section 42 report writer, Mr. Clow, confirms the recommendations that the Council staff have not changed in relation to the inclusion of the National Planning Standard for retirement villages, or the inclusion of the suggested retirement unit definition. And as explained in my evidence, I consider that the plan change provides an opportunity for effective and efficient, it's an effective and efficient way to align the plan with the national planning standards, rather than having to step through sometimes the often costly and time-consuming Schedule 1 process of the RMA. In addition, the current definition doesn't, in my opinion, reflect my understanding of retirement villages, whereas the National Planning Standard definition makes it explicitly clear that villages are to provide residential accommodation. And as explained by Mr. Collins, the range of retirement units within a village provide long-term homes for their residents in a variety of forms, from independent dwellings through to the hospital level care and care suites that responds to the particular need of ageing people. I agree with Mr. Hinchy that the replacement of the existing retirement village definition with the correct definition will not substantially change other parts of the district plan that rely on that definition. And the removal of the retirement village dwellings and retirement village independent apartments definitions can be considered as consequential changes. With respect to the inclusion of the definition of retirement unit, as discussed in my evidence, I consider that the unique characteristics of a retirement unit, which provides for that range of retirement living needs to be recognised separately and encompasses retirement units that may not be fully self-contained as separate from independent dwelling units. For example, if such a definition is not provided, I anticipate there potentially could be consenting complexities. Currently, there are 3 potential applicable definitions, being residential units, retirement village dwelling, and retirement village independent apartment. But there is no accommodation unit in villages that there's no provision for the accommodation units that don't necessarily have kitchens or bathrooms. This situation is problematic, and it could lead to consenting difficulties. So as such, the definition we've proposed has been modelled off the MDS, but is an amended version that enables a unit to be considered even if it isn't fully self-contained. Turning to the objectives and policies, the policy framework has been designed to reflect the direction of the NPSUD and has been moulded to fit into PC 92 rather than provide a fully bespoke standalone planning framework for retirement villages. The Section 42A report writer does not support the inclusion of an objective enabling the housing and care needs of the elderly population, and this is confirmed in the rebuttal reply. I consider that such an objective aligns with the objectives and policies of the NPSUD, which require district plans to contribute to enabling well-functioning environments, including the needs of people as they age. As explained by Professor Kerrs, the population of Western Bay of Plenty is continuing to age. I think I recall the population will be over 30% 65 plus by 2043. And along with that, there's increasing health issues such as mobility problems and social isolation. As discussed by Mr. Hinchey, while acknowledging that ageing population is a significant demographic in the district by the Section 42 report writer, they do not support the inclusion of the objective and suggest that this is a philosophical style of differences. I do not agree with that view. I consider the proposed new objective appropriately recognises the functional and operational needs of retirement villages and provides for a variety of housing type that is relevant for consideration in the plan change. Similarly, the report writer does not support the new policies proposed and recommends that the changing communities, however, does support that the changing communities policy and the rebuttal evidence could be reworded as an objective, as it has a clear relationship with Objective 4 of the NPSUD. I support this inclusion as an objective. However, in terms of the ageing population, the larger site and density standards, in my view, the general policies proposed through PC 92 do not clarify the needs of the ageing population or the specific features of retirement villages, which these more specific policies provide. In my view, the evidence justifies the material different planning response to other housing typologies. Turning to the rules and standards, I note the concern of the Section 42 report writer relating to the deletion of the reference of retirement villages in the permitted and restricted discretionary activity matters. I think that this can be easily resolved and as explained through the evidence of Mr. Collins and Mr. Hinchey, definitely the retirement villages provide for residential development. I therefore consider that it is appropriate for the retirement unit definition to clearly enable the distinction between retirement units and residential units. As discussed in my evidence, I disagree with the inference of the Section 42 report writer that retirement villages are not solely a residential activity, and this has been covered in the previous evidence. The definition of retirement villages clearly provides for residential accommodation for people who are retired. In terms of the matters of discretion, I support retirement villages having their own matters of discretion, which more clearly focus on the functional and operational features of retirement villages, ensure that positive effects, which Mr. Hinchy has covered, can be considered, and require effects arising from exceeding the relevant standards to also be carefully considered. The changes sought by the RVA and Ryman in respect of the tailored matters of discretion are focused on providing clarity in terms of the matters which are triggered during the resource consent process to focus on external effects of development. I've also proposed some amendments to the matters in order to appropriately manage the potential effects of retirement villages on the wider environment while fitting in with the existing rule regime in the Omokoroa and Te Puke medium density residential zone. I further consider that including consideration of positive effects is beneficial when thinking about the older population. In terms of the commercial zone, I consider that the commercial zones do play a part in the solution of the housing intensification objectives. It is expected that more people will live within and close to centres. Housing for older people is no exception. And certainly the enabling provisions of the urban form for retirement villages in commercial zones will help support ageing in place, address the shortage of sites available for retirement villages, and alleviate the growing shortfall of available housing and care options, as Professor Kerrs has just mentioned. As such, I consider it will be clearer and more efficient to seek similar provisions in the commercial zones as for the relevant residential zones. However, it is acknowledged there are differences within the commercial zones which justify a different planning approach. For example, to manage the ground floor activities to ensure centre zones do not absorb non-commercial activities. I disagree with the Section 42 report writer that considers that due to the size of the existing commercial zones and existing approved development, residential developments such as retirement villages are not supported. I do not consider that this is the enabling approach envisaged by the NPS UD and the Enabling Housing Act. And I consider that over time, the typologies and styles, particularly of retirement villages, may well change as they move in, and residential development generally as it moves into commercial zones. Mr. Elkhurst has touched and provided the evidence around financial contributions, and I consider the plan change provides an opportunity to ensure that financial contributions are proportionate to the demand created by retirement villages and are clear and certain. I think the only other thing I wanted to comment on was particularly just in relation to the wording proposed in our amended change for the restricted discretionary and permitted activities, where we had talked about 4 retirement units, and certainly it could be rephrased to say retirement villages of 3 or up to 3 and retirement villages of 4 or more, just to make sure that that is very clear in the wording. But I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Does that conclude the presentation for the team?
It does indeed, sir. And we're in your hands. Just with Mr. Brown not being here, we'll just take a note of any questions we think Mr. Brown might usefully answer, and he can address those on Friday. But otherwise, I'll try and direct the traffic as the questions come through.
Thank you. Perhaps we'll start at the end, Commissioner Withy. I think I know what Mr. Withy's going to ask.
Well, I'm going to surprise you, Mr. Chairman. I think what has been asked for is very clear, and I have no questions at this stage.
Thank you.
I wasn't expecting it to be over to me so quickly. Look, it is very clear what you've been asking for. I just have a couple of really small questions, and these probably do go to Ms. Williams. I just wondered what other plans around the country include objectives and policies specifically for ageing population, as opposed to, you know, what's being proposed here, which is around varied housing types. So if you could direct me to those, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Certainly. Well, in terms of the IPI process, the Kapiti Coast decision has adopted the full framework that has been proposed by the RVA and Ryman. So they will be very similar objectives and policies as we've proposed here that will be adopted and have been incorporated into the plan. Similarly, I think Wellington City is another council that we've worked through this process, but theirs is a proposed plan. So certainly, and I think the other councils that come to mind that generally align quite well are Christchurch City and Auckland City. Mr. Hinchy may also have some others off the top of his head, but those are the ones that jump out at me that generally align well for the older population in retirement villages.
Yeah, I could probably just add to that. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the tier 1 processes we're going through, there's probably a mix of situations where either the notified plan or the council officer section 42A recommendation has sought to include some degree of ageing population policy, but not all, so that they're quite inconsistent in that regard. And as Ms. Williams pointed out, we're just starting to get some of those decisions coming through. The Christchurch district plan was probably the first plan to really engage in this ageing population issue that came through, you know, several years ago with the you know, the streamlined process to enable that plan change, and that was probably one of the first ones where this industry and this you know, this argument, I suppose, was being put to clearly to district councils, and the panel, the independent panel in that case, had approved essentially quite a sort of clear and a specific ageing population policy, along with, you know, some details around functional operational requirements of villages and so forth. So that's been, I guess, used as the starting point, and we're seeking really to roll that out as much as possible throughout the country, given, you know, these ageing population issues are not, you know, confined to one particular area.
Thanks, that was a very helpful response. And then I just have one other question, and it's with respect to the points of difference that you have with the council officers and with the reporting officers section 42A report in the both the Mokoroa and Te Puke zones and in the commercial areas around the provision of retirement villages as a permitted activity, and then the restricted discretionary for development. And is this an issue of the use of the site versus the development on the site?
Yes, that's right. So really it's thinking about retirement villages as a use being a residential activity and therefore permitted, and then the actual development of retirement villages being 4 or more residential units or a subset of that requiring the restricted discretionary activity consent.
Thank you. That's what I thought it was, but I just wanted that clarification, so thank you.
And just in terms of that, just to clarify as well, it's the construction that's being managed, but also the built for, you know, the final built form of the proposal. So all of those urban design aspects get picked up.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett.
Yeah, kia ora. I'm interested in the numbers and the data, and one of the things I would like to better understand is around the preferences of the aged or the elderly to opt for retirement village lifestyles, and whether we can get any gauge or whether the team has any data that supports or that can illustrate or reflect what the diversity of ethnicities are that choose to live in retirement village Cheers. Please.
Sure. I think between Professor Kearse and Mr. Collins, I think they both had to think about that. I might hand you to Professor Kearse as a start.
Yeah, look, thank you for that question. I think it's well acknowledged that retirement villages have you need a financial contribution to get into them, and that there is a significant socioeconomic barrier to all walks of society choosing to live in them. As far as I know Mr. Collins will have the numbers of exactly how many Māori are in retirement villages. I do want to highlight that the flexibility in retirement village design and the way things work will enable more people to want to go there who potentially don't see themselves in retirement villages currently. And also in some areas, there is a different financial arrangement which makes it easier. But your question is very well put, that retirement villages are for the sector of society who can afford them and who choose to go there. The flexibility in arrangements will increase over time because communities are wanting to have good, well-formed housing where people can live together. I think Mr. Collins will attest to there is at least one Māori organisation who is wanting to enter into the retirement village world. There is at least 2 aged care facilities I know that have specific Māori, kaupapa Māori developments. One of them is not in the Tauranga area. However, those new models of care will need to come because the successful ageing of Māori is a fantastic thing. There will be more and more Māori in the older age groups, and the pressure on whānau with all of the economics of having to be there 24 hours means that sometimes that's not an option for whānau to look after older people. So, I would advocate for all kinds of different flexibility in housing options and care options, which would embrace the diversity of our older population as it goes through the next 20 to 30 years. And I'll hand over to Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Nari. Yes, in answer to the question, it is the incoming residents, generally speaking, do need a capital sum, and that is not always possible for everybody. Having said that, however, we know that around about 20 to 25% of our residents only have their national super to live on. So they may have a capital sum, but that is basically it. They then rely on the village to provide them with the support and care and company and warm, dry, appropriate housing that residents are looking for. I should also say there's at least one village in the region which has a strong Maori iwi interest, and a number of other villages across New Zealand have entered into a joint venture approach with the local iwi. There's a couple in Papamoa, for example. There's one in Auckland at Airaki. There's one in Wellington at Village at the Park, off the top of my head, and there may well be others as well. But the number of Maori residents is not large, unfortunately, but as Professor Kearse says, as the demographics age and as families find it more difficult to look after their elders in a traditional way, which they have in the past, then we see that retirement villages becoming much more important for Maori, Pacifica, and indeed other ethnicities.
So is there any data to support that? That's sort of my question. Do you have any of that?
I'm not sure.
We have it.
We probably don't have it offhand by the sounds of it, unfortunately, Commissioner. But we could certainly dig through the files and present something to you after the hearing, if you'd like.
And you'll note in my evidence. Oh, sorry to interrupt. In my evidence, there is at least one paragraph which outlines the number of Māori and older age groups in the Western Bay of Plenty area. Now, that does not speak to their preferences of living. However, we can come up with some more evidence about that after the hearing as needed.
And could I just also add, the recent census for the first time will allow us to track retirement village residents much more accurately than we have in the past. So we'll be able to, once that data is available from stats, we'll be able to analyse retirement villages in far greater detail as to ethnicity and age and a whole range of other things.
Thank you. Hey, one further question, and it's totally different. Can you please explain for me what the difference between retirement village living and aged residential care is? Do they have different functional and operational needs?
So I can speak to that, and then I'm sure Mr. Collins will too. So aged residential care, you may be familiar with the assessment process where older people who are requesting support from public funds are undergo an assessment, and that assessment judges them to be in certain levels of need. The higher levels of need become eligible for the subsidies related to aged residential care, and aged residential care facilities accommodate those people. Retirement villages are available, the independent living units, and they come in different varieties. Houses, 2-bedroom flats, or even serviced apartments are available to people who don't meet the criteria for aged residential care. And in fact, you can enter a retirement village without any assessment process whatsoever. So that it is deemed to be a regular residential arrangement where ordinary people can live, except of course for retirement villages and age restriction. Hand over to.
Okay, thanks. Yes, as Professor Kirst says, retirement village residents are essentially independent, active older people. But that independence may be supported by aging in place, aging at home arrangements with the local health agencies. But the independence ceases when they're assessed as needing care, and they then move to a care facility. And looking at the data, we've got 3 villages in the Western Bay of Plenty with varying levels of rest home, hospital, and dementia level care. So it's an assessment process which is done by the health agencies. And if someone is assessed as needing care, then they either have care delivered to them in their unit, if the unit is capable of having that, as being licensed as being capable of having care delivered to it, or they transfer to the care facility itself. And about 65% of villages across New Zealand as a whole have a care facility in place. So the confusion is easily understood, but there are 2 quite separate regulatory regimes for the 2 halves of the business, if you like.
Thank you. Helpful.
Oh, sorry, sir, we can't hear you. I'm not sure what's happened to your mic.
Oh, that is because
There we
my
go.
mic's turned off. I
Okay,
get
that'll be
several
it.
warnings a day on that exact thing. So look, we've spent a few days talking about roundabouts, and now we're spending a few days talking about financial contributions. That seems to be what planning is all about. And to start with the financial contributions issue, what I heard from Mr. Akehurst, and this is probably a little bit pejorative, but what I heard him describing as the retirement context is almost like a cruise ship. So it's a space where the needs of the residents are met on site with very little necessity to leave the site. And that contrasted with what I heard from Professor Kirst, where she talked about neighbourhood and community. We had the legal counsel for Kāinga Ora yesterday. He said context is everything. And it strikes me that it just about is. And so I wonder if, to start the conversation, could one of you just talk about the proposals you've advanced in the context of Te Puke and Omokaroa? So I understand the logical drive to get a consistent framework for application from place to place throughout Aotearoa. But I'm interested in these 2 places where we're doing this plan change. So who amongst you knows these 2 places and can speak to the application of these policies in those places? Because they're quite different even in the 2 of them.
Yeah, I think it's probably, Sarah, it'll be a bit of a combination of responses there. I'm just wondering whether between Professor Kirst and Mr. Collins, and they can talk to the demographic profile of the 2 centres you mentioned compared to, for example, other similar centres in the country, and that perhaps gives you some context as to whether the ageing population issue that we're talking about does indeed apply. Could I maybe hand over to John or Nari?
If I could just go first. So I understand the nub of this completely, that people want to be close to the places that they grew up in. Now, having lived and worked, well, I haven't lived in a retirement village, but I've delivered services in a retirement village, and I know the Tauranga area and both Amakoroa and Te Puke quite well.
Right.
The older people, it isn't a cruise ship. However, having said that, the patterns of activity of older people who live in retirement villages differ quite a lot from regular families in a residential neighbourhood. They don't have children they're taking to soccer practice to go in and out. They don't have the level of mobility that an ordinary family would, or even an ordinary older person who chooses not to live in a retirement village. However, they do go in and out, and they do want amenities close by, and they will want to continue associations with friends and neighbours that they had during their regular residential life. It's about the degree to which they do that. And Mr. Akers has done some studies about that, and in my observing of people in that environment, and my mother-in-law lives in one, we all have somebody who's associated with a retirement village. There's a lot less mobility in and out, but you want them to be able to be close to the places that they want to go to. And there's also people who need to come in and visit them. And if that's their family and friends and neighbours, they want them to be within the neighbourhood. So it's not a cruise ship, but it is a nice place to live, and there are things to do within the village, and many people do stay within the village, but there are also people who want to go out and be in a neighbourhood that's familiar to them, that has the other things that they want for their social and emotional well-being. So I think that's my answer. I'm happy to discuss it further.
So just, I'm interested because in the end, this is all about money, this particular discussion.
I know.
And I'm interested in your observations because we all want to live by the mountains or by the coast or by the river. We don't necessarily go and visit it. But, in the case of the mountains, we pay DOC to kill the possums and provide the amenity that we would want to go and utilise. And I think about Omokoroa. When we went to the site of the Omokoroa Country Club, it is deliberately located next to open public space, which they market access to. It is deliberately along the screened fence to the construction site. It's got happy people on push bikes, probably electric bikes, tootling around the community, that kind of thing. So it is marketed on that premise, totally understandably. We've had a really useful presentation from that team too. So they're looking to build very high quality facilities there. So I'm trying to think, how do you translate those kind of the aspirational and amenity values that it's not built in Omokoroa for no reason. It's there for the very reasons you've just set out. People want to come home, they want to be by the ocean, by their community. How do what does that number look like? Because
I'll hand over to someone else to discuss
Can
that.
I just actually, just to clarify the actual numbers there, I think I was looking at Ms. Kearse's evidence at paragraph 16 and 17, which contrast, I guess, the proportion of older people living in New Zealand, compared to the situation in Western Bay. And I think that perhaps is helpful because I think it highlights that, Ms. Kearse can confirm this, but the ageing population, or the proportion of older people in Western Bay is actually higher than the national average. Yes. I think 13% versus 20 at the moment. And the projections, it looks to me that they are rising at a similar rate, really, to the national average. So that suggests that there's nothing different about this community in terms of the population that you're trying to provide for compared to other parts of the country, and how that then translates into who pays for what. I think that's probably something Mr. Akers can deal with a bit more at that local level.
Thank you. I agree with that, Luke.
Maybe I can just jump in there. The numbers that I've come up with are based on surveys of how people actually engage with council provided facilities, and that may differ from the way that villages are marketed, because I'm sure that people anticipate that their retirement living may be different from the reality of what their retirement living looks like. So it really doesn't surprise me that it is marketed with electric bikes and engaging with the public in a major way. The reality is that residents are frail. There is significant mobility issues, and they're pretty old. And it is not the case that they are out on electric bikes every day, driving to the shops, off to the library and so on, which is the reason why the villages provide the cruise ship level of activities in-house, because that is to ensure that these people who are limited in mobility do have access to, a range of activities that they can do in-house to ensure that their life is, as pleasant as absolutely possible. And it is often those facilities are the ones that also form part of the marketing. So, there is a difference between the way they might be perceived and the reality of the load that they place on council. I think that's important.
Yeah, and something else, sorry, Sue, I'd just add is that with the regime that's being promoted by the industry, there's a degree of unders and overs, which I think is inevitable when you have when you have to draw a line in the sand and provide for a number. The council's chosen 0.5, and they say that's their approach for everybody. And Mr. Akehurst is taking an approach which he thinks better reflects the overall, demand that villages as a whole place. But I think it's accepted that some villages may have more active residents and others will have very little activity because of the different ages in those villages. But yeah, the number that's being presented is the number that best reflects that average, if you like.
Yes. Thank you.
If I might just have a tuppence worth too, if I may, Mr. Chair. I've just been doing some checking some numbers of the average age of residents in the villages across Western Bay of Plenty, and it's about 82 and a half years of age is the average age across the 500 or so residents. Also probably worth noting that newer villages will often promote themselves to younger active people, but as the cohort enters, they all sort of tend to age together, if you like. And we look.
I've heard that some are promoting themselves to 55-year-olds. I think that's outrageous.
There may well be a few, but I don't think any in Western Bay of Plenty, but certainly 55 was the traditional age council set for what was called politely back in the day older persons housing, and some villages have sort of just kept that, but the average age of minimum age of entry usually is either 65 or 70.
Right. So, I'm just looking at where Ms. Williams has got to in her evidence in relation to the financial contributions. It kind of takes me to another similar discussion, which is the degree to which you've had the opportunity to, your team has put in extensive evidence. It's important, and I think in this hearing, it's one of the important matters for our consideration. To what degree have you engaged with the district on these matters? And that's kind of in the past to some degree, but I want to hear that from you. And then is there value in directions from the panel to bring you and the council together to try and reconcile things? Because the alternative is we will make a decision and that's fine. But I'm wondering whether there is any further value in engagement between the parties. The council obviously needs to respond to that in their right of reply.
Well, thank you for that invitation, sir. Just for some background, we have had at least one conversation with Western Bay particularly on the matter of financial contributions. I think we had a more general conversation from memory on the retirement village planning provisions as well. I think from my own experience, that was a very useful process, and some of the movement that has occurred through the 42A process does reflect some of those discussions. But in other districts where we've had a chance to have a very good and robust discussion with the councils, I think we have been able to resolve quite a bit of the planning framework. Sometimes it's a process of understanding as well as learning along the way at what we're trying to achieve and trying to, take out some of the consequential issues that might have come up from the council's point of view. So we would be, if the council's willing to do so, we would certainly be interested in that process if you wanted to direct it.
Thank you. And can you commit the time and resource in a relatively short period of time to that? We're talking probably
I can.
probably a small number of weeks rather than
No,
days, but
this
it's not
is
months.
this is the nature of the process, and we've been through this with other councils. And yes, we can
Okay.
do. We'll certainly work with your timeframes.
Thank you. Now, also, Ms. Williams, you talk about in your evidence about bringing Karekati and Waihi Beach into these provisions. Can I just, before I hear from you on that, I think it might be clear and you might not need to add anything further. Can the council staff remind me why they are not?
They're not included because of, I think it's definition of urban environment, and they don't have the population or projected population to qualify for the plan change.
So, Ms. Williams, did you hear that response?
You're on mute now, Nikki.
Sorry.
Apologies about that. I was on mute. Yes, we did review that, and I definitely, this has been an issue with a number of councils around the country where there are smaller settlements. I think my point, I accepted the Section 42A analysis around that they're not necessarily meet the criteria. I guess it's thinking future to the long term that definitely Karekat, potentially they are settlements that will grow. And I think that was really what I was referring to there, rather than, but generally accepting that if they're not urban environments, that they weren't included.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think the original submissions were that they potentially could be settlements to be incorporated in, but take on board that if they're not actually classed within the NPSUD, then we'd leave them for now.
And in a kind of related space, obviously this process we're not in is not, it's not of the council's making, and they're engaged in a process of spatial planning for Te Puke in particular, but I'm sure are thinking about other places that you've identified. Are your team involved in that spatial planning process for Te Puke, which seems to be slightly more strategic in its approach? So particularly in relation to retirement villages, but in the broader issue of policies associated with ageing populations.
To date, we haven't been directly involved in that spatial planning process, but certainly, we'd be willing to engage with the council to discuss with them, particularly around retirement village provisions.
Right. Thank you.
I think as well, just to, when these processes started, the industry, did really want to get into all of the residential zones for obvious reasons, and it's not from an opportunistic point of view, but more because all of these, even these smaller communities, need retirement villages, and many of them have these very restrictive planning regimes which seek to maintain existing amenity. And if you're trying to provide for a large format retirement village, it's very difficult to get through those consent processes without notification and hearings and so forth. But of course we've sort of constrained in terms of the scope of the process, and of course when you're trying to seek a major rezoning of a community and no one has had the chance to have a say about that, then it's challenging. So it's unfortunate perhaps that the legislation didn't provide a little bit more latitude for some of those conversations to come forward. But I certainly appreciate the issues for councils as well in terms of trying to get this done in very short timeframes. But we'd certainly be encouraging this and other councils to be looking at some of those smaller communities and the opportunities for retirement living in them.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in at this point?
Please do.
Because what I want to say is very much on point with your present discussion. And this has implications way beyond the Western Bay, but it's something that I challenge you as the RVA to think about, and also the council to think about. And I'll try and succinctly to describe the issue. Mr. Hextall, in one of his reports, talked about philosophical issues. And there is a difficulty that I perceive in providing for sectors of the population. And what you're asking for is exactly that. You're wanting a particular sector of the population and the facilities that cater to them to be treated separately. Now, you're not the only portion of the population, because Papakāinga zones do exactly the same thing. The difficulty from the council's point of view is that you're talking about a market response. You're not talking directly about effects, but it has effect. Let me cite a case in point. I live in a 60-unit gated community. It has on-site management. 50% of the units are occupied by owner-occupiers, including myself. The other 50% is run like a motel by the on-site managers. There is no age limit. We have people in their 90s and we have preschoolers, families. The only way in which it doesn't meet the definition that has been suggested by Ms. Williams is the word retired, because we're not all retired. And that's the difficulty that I perceive in catering for a sector of the community and the facilities that respond. And I hope I'm not putting words unjustly into Mr. Hextall's mouth, but I think that's the difficulty he's responding to when he talks about philosophical issues.
Mm.
And it's a conundrum. I don't know what the answer is. You've proposed, your team has proposed one answer, but the sort of facility that I live in is growing. There are more and more of them, but they do not meet the definition of retirement village. But if you were to come and visit me, you would think you were in a retirement village in terms of the facilities, because we have 2 tennis courts, we have a swimming pool, we have a spa pool, and the density of occupation is almost the same as the surrounding single house subdivision pattern. So coming back to where I started, the conundrum is in dealing with particular market sector responses. And that's a philosophical problem which not only this council, but every council faces. And it's going to get more and more difficult. It will become more and more complicated as we move to the legislation which is purported to improve the RMA. Some people have their doubts about that, but it will change the context and it will compound the problem. Now, I don't expect you to necessarily even respond, but if you are going to talk with the council, I suggest that Mr. Hextall is involved in those discussions, because I think he understands the issue, and some dialogue between your people and Mr. Hextall and others at the council, I'm not suggesting just him, would be, I think, productive, not only in this area, but also in lots of other areas where the issue is there. Whether it's been articulated or debated is another issue, but it's there. And I say all that in a hopefully constructive manner. But thank you for your submissions, which are very comprehensive and certainly probably the best that I've seen moving around the country in addressing this, what I call a conundrum. So I apologise that that's a very long statement rather than a question, but what precipitated it was the suggestion that there be further discussions between your people and the council officers, and I challenge you to put that on the table when you hold those discussions. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, sir.
Could I just make one further comment? Look, I really welcome those comparisons, and from my perspective, you know, all councils and all panels such as this should be encouraged to facilitate all options which house older people comfortably and provide the stimulation and the independent living that's possible. And intergenerational living has been proven over the years to be very important to wellbeing. So I take your point, but here we are. We're in a hearing about retirement villages as a specific case.
And I also just add a little bit as well, and we do appreciate the comments and look forward to working with the council on it. I think probably what we've been talking about is the market responding to specific demands, and a gated community, while it has some elements of a retirement village, is not a retirement village in the fact that the residents in a retirement village need to be predominantly in their retirement. But what we're seeing in retirement villages over the last 30 or so years is a clear move and desire for our residents to have a care option available to them. So villages which were built, say, 20 to 30 years ago, catered for residents who didn't see the care as a priority. And I'm thinking Mokura Country Estate, for example, doesn't have a care facility, but yet it's quite clearly a retirement village. At the other end of the scale, we have the two villages in Te Puke, which are predominantly care, really, rather than a retirement village. But as time moves on, residents expect there to be care available, and that transfer from independent living to care is one of the issues which the current legislative review is considering in some detail. So a gated community, I would suggest, doesn't have that transfer process in mind, whereas a retirement village development, it is absolutely fundamental that we actually are able to do that transfer from independent living to care in a way which is as seamless as possible. But we look forward to talking to officials about that in more detail.
If that is a fundamental provision in aged care, how does development like Omokoroa Country Club fit in to that mix?
I'm not sure the detail of the Omokoroa Country Club. I suspect that there will be a care facility if there is a demand for it. As I said, not every village has residents who want to move to care, and some of them willfully turn their back on the care, not wanting to go there. In other words, facing their own mortality, if you like. It's a fairly tough thing to be in. But other villages, Somerset Ryman's, for example, Heritage, Bupa, all have a clear care component, and that's what their residents, when they move in, that's what they're expecting.
Right, thank you.
Can I just briefly comment to Commissioner Willie on your challenge? And I totally understand where you're coming from, and this is something that has come up in other parts of the country in terms of, you know, should you be providing for a specific use within district plans? I mean, I guess my starting point on that is that the plan already provides for different types of aged care housing. It has a rest home category, it has a retirement village category, it has some degree of, you know, emphasis on those uses in the policies. So this is actually a plan which has already grabbed the nettle, if you like, and for want of a better word, shown some favouritism for particular uses, you know, in the housing sector. So the question really in this case, in my mind, is whether the plan should go further in terms of how it sort of articulates what those uses need to do and how, you know, we're responding to the ageing population. And that, to me, really just becomes a matter of, does the evidence prove that the problem that we've identified is sufficient enough to provide that extra specificity that Ms. Williams is promoting? And as we've said throughout the case, we think we have made the case for that. And it's in this process, you know, anybody could have turned up and said, well, we've got a particular need, we've got a particular problem in our delivery of housing, and we would like you to provide for that. You mentioned the example around Papakāinga, and that's probably another one of those activity classes. Perhaps you could call it market-led or you could call it culturally led, but it is essentially a particular housing activity, and plans regularly engage in that. And again, that just comes down to the evidence and whether the RMA allows you to provide for those particular activity categories. So I don't think that there's necessarily a problem with providing for a specific activity if, as I say, the plan already does that, and the evidence proves that there's a need to take that a bit further.
Thank you.
Can I just respond to that? Thank you very
Sure.
much, Mr. Hinchey. I think that really gets right to the nub of the issue, and thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. That concludes our questions, and we want to thank your team. We really do appreciate the scope of the submissions you've made, and we're going to have a discussion just about what the next steps might be prior to a decision. So,
Okay.
Again,
Thank you very much. If you are minded to ask the council and the RBA to get together, and this, you may or may not feel comfortable doing this at this point of your decision making, but having some direction on some of the things you think are worth drilling down on would help, because I think otherwise we're somewhat in our own positions at the moment. But I'll just leave that thought with you.
Thank you very much. I'm very cognizant of that, and that's come up in a couple of other spaces. So,
yes,
yeah,
all right.
it's difficult for everyone concerned, so we need to have it focused.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for hearing us, and we'll Mr. Brown will see you on Friday.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to take a break for smoko now for 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. That's not helpful. Yeah, sorry. Oh, good. I saw you doing that yesterday. Great. Yeah. Is it better than that?
Well, I've got that as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I need a little notebook.
No, you
It's
just,
been jotting one off. It takes up too much room.
right, we'll reconvene. I think our first submitter in this session is Mr. Prout. Can I just check am I saying your surname right? Yes. Yep, great. So, look, please take the desk. The time is yours. And we've read your submission and we're keen to hear anything else you want to elaborate on or highlight to the panel.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is Russell Prout and I live in Francis Road, Amakarawa, with my family. A little bit of background. My professional career is mostly in offshore engineering and subsea projects that are $3 to $5 million a day, projects that I've run over the last 50 years. And I came to this meeting today to present my concerns over the industrial development proposed for Francis Road. It won't take me 20 minutes. Unfortunately, I thought I could pad that out, but I can't.
You don't have to feel that you need to fill the time at all.
Yeah, Amakarawa is a beautiful place,
Yeah.
and suitable for lifestyle, residential, commercial, home business, recreational and horticultural zoning, preferably organic, but not industrial. Amakarawa is a peninsula. It has water on 3 sides and only one road in and out of the entire peninsula. We shouldn't overpopulate it, definitely not industrialise it. The peninsulas are rare and by world standards, very precious and irreplaceable. For many years, parts of Amakarawa have been zoned future urban, and now we in Francis Road are facing industrial zoning on our doorsteps. What is the future? Develop in up to 20 years. So in fact, it could be started next year, 2024. I understand this land is what is required by law, is additional to what is required by law. And in my opinion, the proposed industrial development of Francis Road is totally unsuitable, unsafe, and certainly unwanted. Safety is a huge concern, and with industrial development comes larger vehicles, often with trailers and heading into a cul-de-sac. How can this street be considered safe for locals when these operators on tight schedules have to navigate the restricted and congested spaces? Francis Road leads down to the Waipapa River, has public access, public open spaces nearby, and a small no-exit road that is entirely suitable for local people to use for recreational purposes and should be left or returned to a more natural, clean, green environment with natural flora and fauna and native plantings to be encouraged next to a reasonably clean and natural waterway. At present, all of the stormwater generated on or near Francis Road flows directly into the Waipapa River, and it is with certainty that any industrialisation of this area shall result in pollution being carried into the waterway. This is irreversible and unacceptable. A simple fish shape at the drain will not stop pollution from flowing down it. If you've calculated within your plans the extra traffic burden, noise, rubbish, parking, waste, stormwater, and electricity requirements, where's the proof and records? And is there accountability? And by whom? There is already a proposed industrial area for the east side of Amakara Road, as yet not fully developed. It makes sense to keep all the industrial activity in one area and prevent random spillage into rural urban areas. Industrial areas on the other side of Amakara Road will surely result in significant additional traffic crossing Amakara Road, further endangering residents and non-industrial users of this road. It will place an unnecessary burden on the proposed roundabout and further congest this area. The Council and anyone concerned about the clutter associated with small areas of industrial development are urged to spend a little time in Judea and gain an insight into the poor planning. By 7:30 in the morning, there is no parking. Vehicles occupying footpaths, verges, and designated car parks that customers cannot access. Vehicles parked overnight are shifted onto the roadside early and sit there all day. The congestion often results in a single direction of traffic and very restricted vehicle movements. This is real and a good example of what the Council will be imposing on Francis Road. We, the residents, will have no voice once this decision is passed. Western Bay Council has stated many times, and I quote, "We will ensure everything you told us you love about your neighbourhood is protected." I don't believe this is happening, particularly with Plan 92, and even more importantly, with industrial zoning. Other areas within Amakara have objected to industrial zoning, but it seems we must accept by default. We do not want to accept. I strongly disagree with industrial zoning on Francis Road, and I thank you for the time that you've allowed me to present today.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. And perhaps we've got the map behind you on the wall. Would you be able to just show us where your property is? I've got a laser pointer there, if that's... Right.
So with this industrial zoning, and I've seen it in Judea, I work there every day, and it is a horrible, awkward place at the end of the road where I work. Trucks will often come down there, trucks and trailers, offload one small item, but because they're trucking for a number of customers, they're unable to turn around, so they have to back up. So all the traffic on that street is then stopped. No one can get in or out of any of the spaces. Some of the places hold their vehicles on site overnight. First thing in the morning, they're out on the street occupying all those car parks. Even if you put 50% of that area into car parking, I can't see how the residents won't be affected by cars, visitors, trucks operating in and out of that area and not being able to park in a designated space that is considered to be industrial or reserved for industrial. It will flow out onto the street and it will impact those people living in that area.
Can I perhaps just, we're going to open up to the panel for questions in a second, but can I just clarify with staff what was anticipated in terms of access to and from that Francis Road, isn't it, to the industrial zone?
Good morning. As part of, I guess, the discussion with the residents, including Mr. Sprout, we have looked at that whole road in some more detail. And
Yes.
as part of the, will come on the structure plan there, there's been a proposal to put the roundabout there, which will put channel the industrial traffic into the industrial site.
Yes, so that's the roundabout shown about halfway along the straight on Francis Road. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Right, a bit further back, right there. Yep.
Yeah. There's that one there, that's the main one to get into the industrial area. So the idea was to channel the traffic away from that sort of joint use of the road.
Yes, so in the concept plan that you showed yesterday to one of the submitters and that you've talked about with us, there didn't appear to be room for the sort of thing that was being anticipated of vehicles parking both sides or of industrial traffic heading, being able to come on and off Francis Road at will.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there will be a no parking scenario. I don't think the design's at that scale yet, and obviously part of the traffic impact assessment when it's actually looked at. So one of those requirements was looking at a full TIA before it gets finalised at design aspects.
Yes.
But it will include obviously those components.
So that's understandable. So the concept that you showed us yesterday, potentially that cross section that we saw, that could be broken at multiple points along Francis Road to provide access into the industrial zone?
No, the intent is to restrain the actual access points on there, so we're trying to avoid multiple accesses off Francis Road.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the no parking rule doesn't work in Judea, and I do urge you to have a look at that. In fact, the parking is dangerous. They're parking on the bends, they're parking where there's insufficient room, where there's no designated parking because there is no available space. That is the scenario that I put to you. You may have in your head a plan for the parking, but you can't put a no parking sign up and expect people not to park, right? There's not a police presence, there's not a street manager who can go along and put a ticket on a windscreen. It won't happen. So we're trying to present a scenario that's very real and can support it in our objection. And it is a very strong feeling that we have, and we're passionate residents of a beautiful community. We do not object to industrial development, but we would like to see it all concentrated in one area and not split up and randomly placed through the community.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll open it up to, I've got a couple of other wee questions, but I'll open it up to the panel to see whether there's anything for you. So your lot there, it appears to be quite a large lot.
Yes.
By comparison to the other rural residential properties. What is the size of that?
4.5 acres.
Right.
5.5 acres.
Right. And you have no plans for further subdivision or?
No, we don't wish to subdivide.
No one can predict the future. I'm not.
Yeah,
not
absolutely. I could be in my wooden box in a few weeks or months, and someone else may plan to do that. But no, we don't have any plans to do it.
And when you look at the map behind you, there's medium density residential subdivisions effectively along your boundary, along your right of way anyway.
Yep.
And right through Francis Road. What is your view on that in terms of impact on the rural residential nature of those who live at the end of Francis Road?
Residential development is inevitable.
Yes.
And I understand that rateable properties is important to sustain the facilities that we have. I think with the new schools and the development of the town centre, that the only negative issue to that is that we seem to have 3 town centres. Again, it's something that we've inherited over a number of years, but yeah, housing's necessary. I've seen it at Harbour Ridge. I've seen it all around Aomakuroa. It should be good quality housing because it is a beautiful place and it deserves to have good quality housing.
Yes.
Medium or high density, but good quality.
Yes. Thank you very much. Look, I don't think there's any further questions from our team. I want to thank you for your submission. And obviously, you know, we're some, I'm looking at the person I'm accountable to here, but we're some months away from making a decision. And as you can hear this morning, we've got a number of discussions to have yet.
I will say that the only reason that I put my initial submission in was because a neighbour of ours said that they had a door knocker wanting to buy property because there was an industrial subdivision planned. That was September 22nd last year, and only days before the submissions closed, and I was unaware of the need to put in a submission. Right. So it was a very knee-jerk reaction at the time, and despite several meetings, I feel that there is an atmosphere of a foregone conclusion here that the development will go ahead irrespective of the residents' concerns. I can see the smile on an individual's face confirms my suspicions.
Yes, it's an unfounded submission. We may find one way or the other, but there's 4 independent commissioners here, 2 from who are not in the district. So we're learning as we go. So your submission is not a knee-jerk response to the issue at all. It's valued, and we really do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hardy?
Morning.
Welcome.
Before I start, and just as a comment to the previous chap, I live on Aomakuroa Road, 425.
Could you perhaps point to
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. If I can work this out. No, I'm pointing that the wrong direction. No idea how this works. Little red one. Aha. Where are we? This is our property just here.
About opposite the new school zone.
I beg your pardon?
About opposite the school.
We're exactly opposite the school, and that's something I was going to mention. But in support of this chap's comments, we now, and for the last few months, have had trucks started to park on the side of Aomakuroa Road, on the main thoroughfare. And in the evening, there's a couple of trucks that tend to park in the car park. I don't know what the legality of that is, but I was told by a neighbour that they'd spoken to the council about it and there was nothing anybody could do. Although there is a coffee caravan that parks there as well, and I believe needs a permit to do that, but the person who runs their business and their trucking business doesn't need a permit to park the trucks there every night. More recently, there is a semi-trailer, truck and trailer, that started parking on the main road of Aomakuroa Road, and it's there pretty much every evening. So I can imagine as soon as the industrial zone starts to spread down Francis Road, there'll be an awful lot more trucks, cars, trailers, all sorts, just parking on the side of the road, legal or not, as this chap said. In fact, if there's no enforcement in the neighbourhood, then people just do it. And as long as they get away with it, they get away with it. And if they get the occasional fine, well, if there's nowhere else to park, they'll just park there anyway. Anyway, so my particular interest, obviously, is our home, 425 Aomakuroa Road. We have been there for 4 years, and when we moved there, we had a nice rural outlook looking over fields. I think they took hay off the fields when we first moved in. It's now, it was always a future urban zone, so we always expected there to be development around us, and that has obviously come about. What we didn't expect was that in the initial zoning that that was presented in stage 3 plan, that we were going to be somehow, our zoning was going to change from future urban to rural designation, which made literally no sense to us at all, as we were losing any rural significance to the property, and in fact being surrounded by developments. Now, obviously, we see the whole picture, and the school being exactly opposite our driveway, the town centre being within 250 metres of the end of our driveway, the residential developments happening on our boundary. The first section of that particular development was poured, or the first foundation was poured, I think, the week after the first lockdown, and now there are tricycles in the streets, and it's a very nice neighbourhood, but very different from what it was. There are 2 more developments happening further around, and the last orchard that was our neighbour has just been taken out in the last month. We've had heavy machinery working in there the last month, clearing the orchard, chopping down trees, and generally getting ready for the next stage of that development. I think, if I'm not mistaken, 504 houses going into these various developments which surround us. So our issue was that we were then going to be designated rural residential and have limitations put on, what was effectively pretty much in the heart of this residential neighbourhood. Having gone through various stages of discussion with various members of the council over the last 2 years, 2.5 years, we reached a point where part of the property was to be zoned medium density, and the other part was to be retained as rural residential. We're one of very few properties that has that sort of split zoning through the middle of it. Yes. It's only 5,400 square meters, so it's half a hectare. It's not a huge property, and to have that split into 2 different zoning designations seemed bizarre. Apparently, it was done following a contour line, but that's not entirely true, because our neighbour got fully designated as medium density after they lodged a complaint with the council because of the same thing. They were originally rural residential, lodged their issues and got redesignated. Since then, we were told we needed to do geotechnical studies and a planning study, which we did at some expense. And we then came up with what we thought was a good compromise, which was to have the property zoned medium density, but limit the number of houses given the fact that it's on a hillside, and there are obviously some geotechnical limitations to what can be done there. The compromise that has now been released in the latest 42A documents is accepted by us, and so we're reasonably happy with that. Having said that, we would prefer not to have the limitations of that change put in place, and we'd prefer just to have the constraints lifted so that the whole property's medium density, mainly because if there was any development in the future, that would invariably, geotechnical limitations would come into play anyway. So whether it was the council's responsibility to put that in place, or the practical development planning, putting geotechnical issues, limitations, it seemed to me logical that it should be during a development stage. you know, we have a lovely garden. It costs quite a lot to maintain. It has completely no rural value at all. So it's just a nice place to walk the dog. So yeah, we accept what's been done. We're reasonably happy with that. Given the choice, we would just take away the constraints that have been put and just have it as medium density without constraints.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions from the panel?
So as I understand it, the position that you reached with the council was a minimum lot size of 800 square metres, an average of 1,000 square metres?
Yes.
Gross? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I must get too close to my microphone. Okay, but what you're seeking, and you support that, but you'd like to see just the medium density residential zone?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's in my view, an unnecessary constraint because being on the side of the hill, we have beautiful uninterrupted views over the mount, views that I don't believe will be built out or lost. So it will be, you know, some pretty prime residential areas, and with the town centre and the school, it may be that as in the older parts of Omokara where people have rather than cut and filled house sites, they've actually used the contour to build, you know, split level homes and things. It just precludes from any of those sort of developments where you could potentially build stepped apartments, for example, all with nice views and all within walking distance of the town centre.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, and no questions from me. That's really useful. Very
All right.
clear. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
very much. Am I able to leave now, or should I?
No, you have to stay for the day. We thank you for your time, and you're very welcome to leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hewison, it's good to see you back, sir.
Sorry. I'll be able to walk one day. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Welcome. This is your time.
Thank you. Did you people get a summary of my experience as a surveyor?
No. If you, we've read the material you've provided, so that's been clear. But please. Yeah.
No, the map's here, but I sent that through earlier this week. Oh, no, sorry, this morning. Yep, because the one I had prepared and had sent through earlier had an error in it, so sorry. Well, briefly, because I signed the submission just as Richard Hewison, because at that stage I didn't know whether I was still working or whether I was retired or what, and I'm still working a little bit. Yes. I'm a land surveyor, pre-university days, which meant like other people of those days, chemists and accountants in particular, trained on the job with Firm and Hamilton, 2 years with the British government in Fiji. I was at 23, 24, I was aged. Prior to their Fiji becoming independent, followed by then 6 years with a firm in Hamilton called Newt King O'Day, consulting engineers, mainly on stop bank work and flood control work in the Waikato, based on the Waikato River and Waipa Rivers, big floods, and there's two, but only one of them appears these days. Iraqi Plains, and then they also led the project for the New Zealand government in Laos with Beckers and Tonkin and Taylor as the other engineering firms on that. So Then I went back to Thompson & Farrer, which was my training firm, and stayed with them through to finish that firm in about, 2005, 2006.
Right.
Carried on under my own name, Hewson Consultants. Then came to Makaroa. Thought I'd retired. Yes, Mr. Lawton will tell you I didn't retire. That's it. So I've had experience in subdivisional engineering, subdivisional planning, and the legal part of survey work.
Yes.
Right, my submission. Main concern, sorry, my main concern is the inability of the current stormwater and wastewater services in Lindley Park, which serves mostly Lindley Park.
Yes.
Some on the other side of the railway line, to handle any increase in density in that area. There's a pumping station to go in to deal with stage 7 of Lindley Park, the last stage, 9 units. And that then pumps into another one which was established in the third stage, probably second stage, third stage of Lindley Park. And during my work with Durham Properties on Lindley Park, it was always pointed out to me that there was a limitation on how many additional sections could be created due to the inability of the pumping, 2 pumps there, well, the one that's in and the one that's going to go in, to take any more. And so my concern is that increasing development there is going to increase runoff, sorry, the wastewater runoff, and therefore cause problems in going to handle the sewage systems.
Yes.
Okay. Now, stormwater, much the same. The pond that most of Lindley Park goes into was created to handle a certain number of houses during stages 8, which is extension past where I live, and 7. It was pointed out to me that there was a limitation on how many additional sections we could create out of it. That's why Lindley Park, stage 7, it's got the 9 sections in there. And the pump has been designed and will be constructed soon to handle just those 9 sections.
Mr. Hewson, I might just get someone to put the map up that we had a wee while ago, if that's all right, and get you to.
Yeah.
There was a.
Sorry.
Oh, it's just coming up now, I think.
Yes, I saw
and
that
we'll
over
get
there.
you to just point to a couple of these things. It makes it easier for us to understand.
Okay, yeah.
And then.
Red button somewhere, is there? Yeah. No. Sorry.
Yeah. It's not far away, I don't think.
I saw it over there earlier, just when you mentioned it.
Here we go. I think they're just going to make it a little bit bigger, so
Sure,
you can
yeah, okay.
see it there.
This one.
So if we start with where you live, that will be helpful.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
That's where I live.
Thank you.
Lindley Park stage 7 is this piece in here.
Yes.
The pond I mentioned is probably better shown on my plan, that was feasible to get that up. Is in there. And that takes the stormwater, that pond deals with the stormwater from that area.
Right.
There's another smaller pond, what we call a dry pond, which has got storage underneath the ground there to handle the stormwater coming down from there. Both of those ponds have got silt retention units attached to them prior to the water going into the pond. And the same will occur with the one that's going to go in here.
Thank you. It's helpful to see that.
That's about my submission.
Thank you. Any questions from the team? look, have you had discussions with the council team about the stormwater and the wastewater issue? Because they are slightly separate, but where have those discussions got you, if anywhere?
I've heard nothing from council about the proposed plan change as far as handling the sewage and stormwater.
Right. Right. Well, what I might do is, rather than getting them to respond right now, is I think they've got a right of reply this afternoon, and we might just invite the council team to give us a bit of an update on where those two matters are at and how they're addressing them, if that's all right.
Yeah.
I know that you're unlikely to be around for that,
I
but
won't be around for that.
it's helpful for us to understand that in our decision making.
But, just reinforce again that the whole time I've been working on Lindley Park, now it's, 10 years nearly. There's been restrictions on how many houses or sections we could put in there.
Yes.
It came through on the village as well, that's there, in Makaurau, next to this part of Lindley Park. There was restrictions in there.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
sorry, yeah.
I think you've inspired Ms. Bennett to a question.
Kia ora. What would this, in your expert opinion, what would your advice be as to a treatment or an option for dealing with stormwater if this medium density, if the plan as proposed was to happen?
Firstly, increased density is going to increase sewage and wastewater runoff substantially. I've just worked on one little subdivision in Hamilton, 5 lots, or 5 units probably, a good way to say it, where the land stays in one title. The coverage on that site, from the photograph I saw of the site before it was developed, was probably about 35 to 40% green, and the rest was buildings and paved areas. On completion of that little development, the green area had disappeared totally. There was no green area on it whatsoever. So there's a small stormwater storage system you put in under the common property, which is a right-of-way system, to store the water and stop it running down off the property. But it's also, we've got nearly 100% runoff, and the stormwater system probably won't handle it at all. And so it just flows down the street below, and it'll eventually make its way down to the centre of Hamilton and into the river. And that's something you've got to be very careful about. Now, the other thing that I've just heard recently is that Hamilton City Council has put a stop on handling any subdivision applications or development applications until they sort out the ability of that area particularly to take stormwater and sewage. They've had trouble in some areas already with those two matters, stormwater and sewage, and being able to handle within the systems I've got. And whilst the systems can be increased, the cost of doing so, and the trouble it's doing is they've said we need to know that we can upgrade without major problems, or we can deal with it with what we've got, or we don't do it. It looks like now it's going to come down to spot zoning for high density housing in particular.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission, and we appreciate your patience in coming back today.
Sorry, I made a mistake on Monday. It was my fault. Or Tuesday, yeah.
I think our next submitter was Jace Investments, is that correct? Arapaotama are not in attendance. No, they're not attending at all.
Morning, Richard Coles, Momentum Planning, and I've circulated the evidence earlier. I'm sure you've read it and have copies of it. I do have some other plans to circulate, but that's to do with the Smiths submission. which I'll pass out now. So I'll just go from the J submission to the
So
the
we've
Smith
got, just to get this
submission.
clear, in our schedule, we've got Jason Investments, Mr. Lang and the Smiths.
Yes, so I've prepared no specific brief of evidence for Mr. Lang,
Yes.
but I have for the Smiths.
Yes, that's
as-
fine,
yep.
thank you.
So the purpose of the J submission, Jason, Kiwi Green New Zealand have the town centre site at Omokara.
Yes.
They've also got some land in Francis Road and in 69 Prole Road. So just
We're
go.
familiar with the town centre, but in Francis Road, could you point to that, please?
Yeah, I'm sort of, I think it's this one, yeah, in there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
So I won't read my evidence word for word or anything like that. I'll just go through issue by issue. So the first issue in the Section 42A report that I want to talk about is topic 3, which was a mixed-use residential precinct. And we support the precinct overlay that's been established for adjacent to the town centre site. There has been another submission by Peter Lind seeking to extend the mixed-use zone into some neighbouring land. Not sure if Peter's presented to you already, but that land is
Yes, we had that presentation yesterday, I think.
right.
Yes.
The reporting plan has considered the scale of the new mixed-use zone in the proximity of the town centre. They're seeking, Peter's seeking about 1,500 square metres. Jace are concerned that there could be a leakage in terms of the commercial activities that establish over time.
Yes.
And are obviously opposed to a mixed-use overlay of that size. The second matter was natural open space, boundary locations, and overall we generally support the recommendation of the reporting planner, which was to adjust the natural open space boundary so it aligns with the resource consent and town centre plan that's already been consented. Earthworks are underway for the site. There is an additional area which is on page 6 of my evidence, which follows a contour around the RL 18 metre contour. It's not a large area, it's only 100 square metres. But we've sought that, that's in figure 2 of my evidence.
So is that the area in around the top of the gully head there?
Top of the gully head is, we accept that change.
Right. Oh, I see what you mean. It's down
Yep,
on the side.
it's a yellow
Yep.
area on figure 2.
Thank you.
Yep. So we would want that to be the appropriate adjacent zoning, either high density residential or commercially zoned. Just under section 14A, there were just some word changes which have been recommended by the reporting plan, and we accept those. And that was regarding the economic viability of the town centre commercial area. Policy 14A.2.2.16. Yeah, there's some recommendations regarding policy 14A.2.217. I've identified that on page 7 of my evidence. And while we support that in general, the original wording did provide for some reverse sensitivity matters within the zone. So we thought that that maybe that should be retained. Section 14A, Omokoroa and Te Puke Part 2. That was a request for non-compliant activity status for subdivision and development to manage effects on Omokoroa Road and State Highway 2 intersection. I think that's generally been sorted now in terms of an agreement with Western Bay and Waka Kotahi in terms of the temporary access to State Highway 2. But I think it's important that there is a fallback position. So if for whatever reason that funding is pulled, that an appropriate activity classification remains there, that isn't non-compliant. Building standards, building and structure height, this is within the town centre. So there was a height bonus provision there which provided for additional height if there was underground or undercroft car parking provided. The reasoning behind that was to minimise at-grade car parking dominating the town centre as an urban design outcome. So we support that with some minor amendments which the rebuttal evidence, I think, of Anna Price has picked up. Kāinga Ora has made a submission seeking a much higher minimum lot yield in the Section 3C areas, 50 lots per hectare.
Can I just check with the team, just while we're on this, so we clarify it as we go? Am I wrong in saying that they were coming at this using different metrics and that they're much closer to where council is in terms of the lot yield? They said yesterday it's a bit like 50's the new 70. Well, it's wasn't it the same with where we got to yesterday in the discussions with them?
Yeah, so yesterday, Kāinga Ora, who had initially asked to up the densities from 15, 20 and 30 up to 35 and 50, came back to 25 and 35.
That's right.
Because they've now accepted our definition of developable area that includes roads and reserves, so they adjusted it back to 25 and 35. So the 50s come down to 35.
Right.
Yeah.
35 is still quite high. So that would be, I think that's quite aspirational as a minimum standard. We are in Omokoroa and Te Puke. I'm thinking a 25 yield per hectare would be a more reasonable minimum standard. Otherwise, we're going to be potentially fighting with council about not achieving this high density standard and economics of whether multi-storey buildings work or not, and the like. So I think it's while it's probably well intended by Kāinga Ora, I think there's a lot of different drivers that promote intensity of that scale. And I think a minimum standard should be close to 25.
Thank you.
Yeah, residential unit typology. Obviously, the recommendation is to remove that standard from the plan, and we support that. There are recent consents that have been granted that are achieving multiple typology types in Omokoroa already. Topic 26, it's a little bit of a pet topic of mine. I'm sort of, in terms of environmental effects, I sort of struggle to understand how, if accommodation facilities have kitchens or don't have kitchens, what the difference is. Tourism in the Bay Plenty is something that should be supported, and whether accommodation facility has a kitchen or not, doesn't change the effects it has on the environment. So I think that the kitchen should be included within the accommodation facility definition. Subdivision standards, minimum shape factor, aligning with the TCC's minimum shape factor, I think is a good idea. Removal of the earthworks standard rule, I support that. We've obviously got a lot of large-scale earthworks and complicated compliance issues in terms of meeting the IDC and other standards for urban development and accessible access that render it very difficult if we're trying to replicate the existing landform. The stormwater issue, this subcatchment for the town centre, this relates to the town centre, already has a stormwater catchment, stormwater treatment and attenuation pond already constructed for the subcatchment. So I think there needs to be some sort of recognition of that in the plan, and maybe there could be some words inserted into Rule 12.4.717B4. There may still well be some at-source additional stormwater treatment provided, but I don't think it's mandatorily required now, because the stormwater pond and treatment pond already deal with that. Native trees, we support that submission and that recommendation by the reporting planners. We had submitted on access to Omokara Road. The town centre plan's got 3 access points that have been approved, and we're currently working on a variation. There's still a technical hurdle in terms of council agreeing that the variation is a variation that we've got to go through. And while we can rely on a consented baseline, we're trying to make the planning framework as enabling as possible. So we've sought to recognise the approved connection points onto Omokara Road. The other matter was temporary access. Obviously, we've, along Prol Road, there's several large properties which have access onto Prol Road now, but not via a structure plan road. They've got to go via other properties. But I feel there should be a provision in the plan that allows for some temporary access arrangement until a structure plan road is established. So, for example, 69 Prol Road. Here, it's relying on the structure plan road next door, which the my clients don't own. So obviously, if there was an option for a temporary access, either through a cul-de-sac head or via the existing road crossings that are already there at the moment, then I think that's it's quite important that we have some sort of provision like that. It has been Temporary access has been approved in the past down Omokoro Road in similar situations. And I think that should be recognised in the plan. So we have made a submission regarding the road link through the MOE site, and I do understand that the MOE has a designation over their land now and is not supportive of a road link from Prol Road through to the town centre.
That's shown on the map there, the curved road in the top corner.
Sorry, I don't think it's shown on that map.
Oh, right.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair, the curved line you're referring to is a walkway, cycleway.
So Jace, yeah, want it recorded basically that they support a road link through to Prol Road, creating resilience for the road network. Even though, you know, with the powers of the MOE, would trump any district plan requirement now. Just Omokoro wastewater. I've addressed the stormwater matter. The wastewater, it's on page 14 of my evidence, identifies a pump station. So the structure plan has been amended to include the pump station and connection through to the town centre site. The existing consent has provides for a connection to the wastewater on Omokoro Road. But Jace want to work with the council in terms of what's best for Omokoro and accepts the alternate location. But obviously that won't be able to be established for stage 1 of the development. The second issue on there is these works, obviously you've got lots of activities within a town centre which benefit the community. The pump station is identified as developer funded, as is the MOE site, but I don't really see how that differentiates between education and commercial activities with residential activities of the rest of the peninsula. So submission point there was, should that not be a development contributions funded asset? And the last matter was the overlay on 21 Francis Road, which is an industrial site, which was basically a note talking about the future designation that's coming. So we'd objected to that, stating that, you know, the appropriate process is to establish the designation over the land if that's what's required. So that concludes the J submission. Happy to answer any questions.
I've only got one clarification for council. Any questions from the team? Yep.
I just feel the need to make a statement that I have been a panelist on several of the change hearings, as Mr. Coles well knows. But for the record, I was not involved in the decision on the town centre, which he was. And of perhaps more import, I conducted a mediation in relation to the Smiths property and their neighbours. So my question is, would the Smiths desire me to recuse myself from the decision-making in relation to their submission? or any other for that matter.
I'd have to give them a call. Happy to do so. I'm not sure of the outcome of those mediations.
Well, they will know.
Yes.
So I would just leave it with you, and if I may, I'll sit through the hearing of the evidence, but if your client sees sufficient conflict of interest and so indicates, I'm happy to recuse myself from the consideration of their submissions.
Yes, okay. I'll present my evidence and I'll give them a call straight afterwards, and then I'll put a note through to the secretary.
And maybe in the break, the panel will have a discussion about that as well.
Yes.
If that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
Look, just my question of clarification before you move into the Smiths issues is for the council. When you're doing right of reply this afternoon, can we get some advice from you or feedback from you on the ability for us, the scope for us to consider the pump station that's been talked about being addressed through financial contributions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the Smiths property, just so everyone's aware, where are we? Is down there, and includes some rural residential zoning and also natural open space zoning overlay, and then there's an ecological overlay near the Meanhole Water Springs where there's some salt marsh area. Yeah. The first one was the minimum lot size. We'd submitted suggesting that, you know, where the land is flatter, it may be appropriate to have a smaller lot size, and the reporting planner has agreed and recommended through a discretionary activity classification that down to 1,500 square metres is acceptable. We support that. The boundaries of the significant ecological area, we've still got some few concerns about the exact boundaries. Obviously, under the NPS freshwater management and NES freshwater, the standards there that are applying are very, very onerous in terms of earthworks. So we, you know, if the land is not a wetland feature or ecological feature now, we just want to make sure that it's not tagged as such, because we've got
the council team has just put up a diagram of the site.
Yes.
So
yep.
Perhaps do you want to speak to that?
Sure. So this area here, you can see it's a steep escarpment. It's comes up from probably RL 0 and comes up quite sharply, but the escarpment isn't the ecological feature. The ecological feature is at the bottom of that slope. And then the other two areas, this area here is a sort of a grassed area, which is, you know, elevations about RL2 to 2.5, and a farm track which goes through here. And I acknowledge that on the northern one, there is a bit of, just in that corner there, land that's already identified as a special ecological feature or already taken as reserve. To recognise that, but these other areas outside of that, I think they should be rural residentially zoned. And outside the ecological feature.
When we had the discussion with council staff, as I recall, the feedback we had was the grazing site to the south, or the grazed site to the south, was degraded, but on being isolated from grazing, it would recover, and the ecological values that were present would recover. Is that your view?
Sorry, which site was that? Was it northern?
It's the site at the bottom. It's marked grazing, and it's right at the.
Yeah, so at the moment, it's elevated. I mean, it's an escarpment, as I see it.
Yes.
So that would recover as long grass, maybe, but it certainly won't be a wetland because it's an escarpment.
Yes, as I understand it, the council took expert ecological advice in that space, so all right, we'll need to go back and have a look at that. Perhaps if I could invite the council officer, that way we're not going round and round in circles on it.
Yep.
I'm just going to highlight that that ecological expert is now here today if you did have any questions. Mr. Brian Norton.
Brian Norton. First of all, Tony, do the commissioners have access to the later information that I gave you in reference to these sites?
In my evidence, I provided an attachment. I think it's attachment 2. Mr. Norton's referring
Thank
to.
you. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that sort of, I tried to put that as succinctly as I could. Do you need further comment on that?
Can you summarise it for us again? We've had a lot of material in the last few days.
Sure, okay. And as much for Richard and his clients' benefit as well. Let's take the middle area there. As I've identified that should align with what you're representing for your client. Okay, so there's no issue over that point.
Yep.
The area to the north, as you correctly mentioned, about a quarter of that area is already Esplanade Reserve. The balance of it is a large percentage of the balance of it would return to wetland if you stopped grazing it, if the client stopped grazing it. And there's a bit of slope there, which in my view should be retired from grazing because it is unstable. There's a slip just immediately on the northeast side of that. And the cattle tracking over that have denuded it quite badly. And in terms of natural open space and ecological values, that activity is actually compromising the ecological values below it and is compromising the natural open space character simply by grazing it. So the only piece that then is left is the farm track that was formed at or sometime before the formation of the pond. So that has artificially changed the contour of the land just over the width of that track. So that becomes a very small part of the total area anyway. The reality is when the land is future subdivided, a mean high water spring fix will re-establish a 20-metre wide Esplanade Reserve and it will occupy all of that site. So it has no development economic benefit to the current landowners when they go to subdivide that property. It will become Esplanade Reserve anyway. And that will be part of the future walk cycle network associated with native plantings and so on. So that leaves only the area to the south. Again, looking at a close analysis of that, blowing it up and looking at the aerial photographs. And what I should say before I go on is I haven't done a walkover in specific species analysis and so on, but I have been on site, as you know, with you. I've been on site twice there, generally overviewing the area, but I haven't looked specifically at those sites. But what I can say is that more than half of that area to the south, if stock were removed, it would become a wetland. Wetland species, rushes, would establish through there. Then you've got the sloped area, and again, on that sloped area, again, it's a place where the stock are denuding that. And so you've got sediment that's washing down into the feature immediately below. If the stock were taken off that, then that should recover certainly once again, a mean high water spring fix is set at subdivision, then all of that would also become Esplanade Reserve. And so council would be looking at that stage if the landowner doesn't beforehand to revegetate that slope and to stop that denudation of that. So natural open space zone is not only about, and ecological feature is not only about the ecology that's there, and in this case, the sedimentation that is resulting down onto the wetland area once grazing is stopped, but also is about the open space character, the natural landscape character, which has been denuded by stock on there. So that left only a very little piece in between the slope and the wetland that really became moot as to pulling the in that case, the yellow line that you see there, pulling the significant ecological feature boundary further seaward just to pick up a little thin strip that was really didn't make sense at all. So the conclusion of my comment back to the planners was the area to the north and the area to the south should remain as they are in terms of the significant ecological feature alignment, and that would align very much with the natural open spaces zone alignment. The area in the middle to adjust that to accord with the submission.
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Got a couple of comments. So the clients aren't anti-green or anti-wetland. They've got a long-term vision to create a high-quality rural residential subdivision on the site, and to deal with that, they're looking also have to deal with stormwater issues, stormwater treatment before it gets to the harbour. So I'm not disputing Mr. Norton's logic at all. What we're trying to do is establish a planning framework which is as enabling as possible to enable a rural residential subdivision to occur with some appropriate treatment ponds or treatment wetlands, and then some overall riparian enhancement, along that whole ecological area. It's quite, the ecological features, as I see it anyway, is quite diverse. It's quite pristine in areas where it's been fenced, and where it hasn't been fenced and is still grazed at the moment, then it's degraded. Over time that will change, but it's just making sure that the land that isn't a feature right now isn't tagged as such, recognising that as subdivision progresses, there'll be a comprehensive look at the riparian edge and ecological enhancement.
Thank you very much for that. Is that the critical matter in relation to the Smiths?
Yes. Yep. And the Tim Lang one submission was just to support that 1,500 square metre minimum lot size.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Any further questions from the panel?
No, but I just need to add that Mr. Lang, I recall, I think correctly, he was a party to that mediation that I mentioned, so you might like to just check him as well.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Any questions from you? No, there's nothing for me. Thank you. Your submissions are very clear and it's really helpful. Thank you for your presentations on behalf of those three clients. That concludes our submitters for the morning session. I think as we go into the afternoon, we've got one other public submitter and then right of reply from council. So we'll adjourn the hearing, take the lunch break and see everyone back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Hicks.
Yeah.
Brother-
Yeah, brother and sister.
I'm sorry about that.
Well, then don't be so.
Well,
I guess it was
I'm not from the Bay of Plenty. I don't know how you do things here. The floor is,
Are we on you? Yes, we will be.
the floor is all yours.
Okay, well,
We've
thank-
read your submission, so, but just do take the time to relax and take us through the issues that are important to you. We've got the time and it's really important that we hear them now.
All good, thank you.
So, welcome.
Okay, my name is Robert Hicks, as I mentioned, and this is my sister Penny, and we are here today as fourth generation members of the Francis family, who the Francis family settled in Amakurawa in 1908, and they at one stage the property they owned went all the way through from Prole Road all the way through to Amakurawa Road through to the old highway.
Right.
Do you need me to point, or do you know them by now?
As you go, if you're able to show that,
Does it work?
that does help us.
Oh, okay.
The family took on a lot of hard work and debt and purchased their property in 1908.
Hold it. This is France, right?
Yes. Many years of hard work and sacrifice created a successful farming operation. Approximately 65 hectares of the stage 3 land is still in Francis family descendants' ownership. I've been actively involved in all my working life, the last 40 years, developing the land as kiwi fruit and avocado orchard, and also taking on a lot of debt and working hard and making sacrifices to get to this point also. My children are now the 5th generation of our family actively tending the land. Council, along with Smart Growth, have been pushing the idea of full urbanisation of the Amakurawa Peninsula for around the last 20 years. As a family, we pushed back initially at some fairly random ideas, which included having industrial zoning across the top of the only elevated viewpoint on the western side of stage 3, which would have included the land our family homestead sits on, which was built in 1928 and is now Penny's property. Yeah, it was a little bit sort of hard to kind of fathom at the time. I think it was basically been based on desktop study originally, so it was just yeah.
Yes.
We involved a planning consultant at that stage to formulate some better alternatives, as we weren't particularly impressed with the council's first attempt. To some degree, council's plans have hung over us as a dark cloud for the last 20 years or so, and may continue to do so for the next 20 years, as it may easily be that long that development continues through to my own property. That's probably a point that I wouldn't mind making, that it's kind of been a very long ongoing process, so it's potentially could be 40 years of my life tied up in this, so it is a
Yes.
bit, yeah, it's fairly intense. I wasn't going to come today. I kind of tuned out a couple of months ago. It was just almost was getting all a bit much, but Penny's bullied me into coming. So yeah, it's been a little bit unfortunate on one hand because it's been ongoing for so long. And when the plan change 92 was notified back in August last year, we were a little bit in the dark when that happened. It had been advertised publicly, and it was talked about the sports reserves, the active reserves, sorry, and the MDRS areas. Didn't actually mention anything about the future urban land, and that's council. That was a little bit of a bugbear because it was only by chance that Penny happened to find out and alerted our neighbours. You probably wouldn't have got half these submissions, to be honest.
Right.
And we had always been led to believe that Prole Road would develop. Well, we know Prole Road will develop first, but there'd be a staging of the plan change, and we would probably be part of another plan change at some stage in the future. And I do question the length of time that's involved now, because it's kind of, as I say, it's hanging over us. It's kind of like we know we're going to come out of it well financially one day, but in the meantime, we're kind of locked in. It's a little bit of a funny situation where our lives are kind of controlled by this.
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, so it is. It's not all. Yeah, it has been. I just wanted to point that out. It's not, and it will continue for some years. It'll be on council's estimations another 20 years to my own place. Maybe Penny's a little sooner. But
if you just point out where your places are.
My house is this one here.
Yes.
Sorry, my head's shaking a bit. Robert's is this. Well,
No,
family
next
flat.
one.
Well, that's
Oh,
theirs.
yeah, all the yellow land between the gully basically is
Yeah.
the family land.
Right.
Yeah, and down. Oh,
Well, that's
right
my
down
cousin
there.
Carl. There's
Yeah.
three, three family
Yes.
members in that area still.
Yeah.
In that sort of chocolatey brown colour, we've had a few submitters in over the last couple of days.
Yes, part of ours.
Was that originally part of your balance
Yeah,
land?
it still is. It still is. Our boundaries are sort of a funny shape. It's very hard to see on there.
Yes.
It basically all of the rural residential, the stuff. Keep
Yep.
going further up. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
up
right up there.
That's all ours up there.
Right. All the way to the gully.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the river system. There's a river
Yes.
system down there.
Okay.
Which is something else we just wanted to say too, that we realised you've been out for a trip, I think, on.
No, we had a look out there a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, and we just thought if you haven't been off the road, it may be a little bit hard to sort of get a full understanding of what's there. And just offering, if you want to come back again, we're happy to invite you on the property if you like to.
Thank you
host
very much for
Down
that.
there
Yeah.
And looking at the gullies.
Yes.
I actually took a drive around myself yesterday with the view of looking at Omokoroa with fresh eyes, and I thought, oh my goodness, just driving down Omokoroa Road, it's just ripped apart. You know, you can't see any of the existing orchards apart from theirs.
Yes.
It looks like it's all ready to go, but when you look at this, if you come down and look in this area here, it is still all all of this area here is all as it is.
And it's
Yeah.
very useful to hear that, because I'd made that assumption, I'm not sure about other commissioners, that look, it's all
all
over
happening.
shouting, but it's not.
There's quite a large chunk of land there that you actually can't see from the road.
Yes.
Now, we've kind of had 20 years of it, and we've probably got another 20 plus years. And
yes.
I'm 58 tomorrow, so I'll be getting fairly old by that stage. So
And I would just like to reiterate the stress. It is hugely stressful in terms mentally, physically, you know. Sometimes you just want to move away.
It's understandable.
But it's
that's a good
been in the
example.
family for so many years. We're passionate.
We're attached to it. We're passionate about it. It's our family ancestry. My kids are the 5th generation. You'd be you don't want to leave, but you can see like all the people on Prole Road, they've all bailed out pretty early because it was just the stress of it. They were literally, some of them said we were just sick and tired of people knocking on the door, offering them dollars, which was slowly rising. Which those that held on longer obviously did better. But I mean, it's in our case we're all 5 generations deep, so it's kind of a little bit a little bit more, yeah. And like for me, it's been my whole working life basically.
Yes.
And we're trying to do what we can with regeneration of plantings and things, and trying to protect and enhance the area as much as we can. Our orchard's been involved in organic growing methods for on and off for 30 years, so certified. So I mean, we're trying to do everything the right way, if you like. Anyway, I'll carry on with my little spiel here. I can find it. Yeah, I started to say something here. The reality is, as residents, if we this is another little bit of a bugbear. As residents, if we disagree with any sentiments of the plan change and sentiments of other submitters, who are largely professional submitters paid to do their jobs on behalf of various government agencies or development companies, we have to front up here and argue as individuals against a fairly large machine. So that's one of the things that's kind of has been a bit of a bugbear too with the system, if you like. It's pretty well stacked, you know. It's if you're Joe Average trying to carry on running your life, you've got to sort of engage and to defend your position almost, whereas the government agencies, they're all infighting amongst themselves. They all have they don't hold the same position. That's what's so ironic to me. They don't get together and talk about it and come up with a consensus view. They all argue their own. And like as a family, or as individuals within a family, I suppose, we've always tried to see the bigger, wider view for all of the community, how it will go for everyone in the future, rather than just this self-interest. Obviously, we don't want to get walked all over either, but it's like, yeah, I think having that big, wide view of the thing is important, and it's how we operate for whatever reason. I'll carry on the same vein a little bit. I'm sort of ad-libbing a bit, but anyway, however, throughout this process, myself and other family members have tried to maintain a perspective of what is best for the greater good rather than just personally protecting our own interests. We have accepted some time ago development will occur, whether we like it or not, and have taken the view to some degree of guardianship of the land on which we currently farm. In this regard, if it is to be developed, we support the protection and enhancement of the gully systems, so the natural open space zones, and see this as the jewel in the crown of the future development. These areas will provide for excellent walkway and cycleway connections throughout the area and provide a natural filtration system for the stormwater from the residential lots. It will provide an area for residents to enjoy some serenity and an area for the natural flora and fauna to flourish. Access to these, one point I want to make, access to these zones, however, needs to be maintained indefinitely for all once surrounding land is developed. In the meantime, we still farm and operate these lands, so that's the point that I think Jeff has kind of clarified for me, that we can, it's still a permitted activity, but there was concern to me, we basically couldn't do anything. We couldn't move a cubic metre of soil, we couldn't do it, so it was like if you couldn't carry on with your normal operations, what you might be doing. We intend to try and enhance them as we can. We'd like to work with council to do some work there. It'd be nice to get some funding if there was such a thing, but we put 1,000 plants in on Monday actually, just on part of the area down by the river. So yeah, so that was the first thing about that ongoing ability for us to be able to use it, because there could be depending on different landowners, 10 to 20 year gap between things actually happening. It's also one of the concerns I have is like keeping that access open for everyone, and I'm aware that there's already been negotiation with the Prole Road developers that's for the land to remain in private ownership. Now that's with some form of covenant or easement or something. That's a little bit to us that yeah, we can support that on one hand, but on the other hand, you just need to know, it needs to be sure it's absolutely robust. It can't change with ownership changes if anything had ever happened, because the last thing you want to do is have the public locked out of those areas if they were, and it's, and I'm even, there's a slight discomfort if I'm honest. Sorry to the owners of the property, but if I'm being honest, I'm slight discomfort that it's not in council ownership, it is in private ownership. But I can see it both ways, because I could argue the same when it comes to my opportunity to do the same thing, or time to do the same thing. I might feel the same way. I might like to try and maintain ownership of some of that land and just allow like a public access through there. And the problem being that obviously that the maintenance falls to the owner of the property, and that's not always going to be, people don't live forever. Obviously, that's the obvious issue there. Anyway, I'll carry on. I'm only on page 3, so there's 5, so don't get too stressed. Anyway, the first.
My speaker on. We've heard from staff in the last few days about a number of these things, and the sort of things you've explained to us in the last 5 or 10 minutes provide huge clarity to things that have concerned us for one reason, but when you have just explained it, it makes perfect sense. So please do take the time it takes to set this out.
And maybe we should just reiterate too that these staff are relatively, or some of them are relatively new on the job, because we dealt with Philip Martelli over many years and had some run-ins and and he was a very knowledgeable man.
So, yeah, that's right. Most of the knowledge is in his head, unfortunately, but he's not here, so that's the difficult part. Anyway, and I mean, I probably am fairly in tune with most of it, but I mean, I wouldn't say I'm completely au fait with everything that's up to in recent goings on, because as I tuned out a bit, you get to a bit of a point where you get a bit burnt out, and we had hosted a few meetings at our home there, and some of the neighbours got a little bit intense with the staff there, and it was sorry neighbours, but it's yeah, and it does take a bit of a toll, to be honest. There's enough arguments in the house without inviting them in. Anyway, so yeah, as far as the natural open space goes, definitely support that and see that as a jewel in the crown of the whole thing. It's like as I think Jeff says, it's the lungs, it's the arteries of the thing, and it provides the walkways, it provides the access through. Like to me, that part of it, I think, bring it on. I'd love to be able to get on my bike and get through to the rest of Omokoroa. At the moment, we've got the highway to contend with. There's no way you'd ride a bike around there unless you take your life in your hands. But that's a personal, selfish thing. That's all. Our concerns, we share those of our neighbours with regard to, we'll start firstly with just medium density. I'll read it so I don't read it properly. We do, however, have significant concerns about the density of development and the MDRS standards thrust upon our community by the government and opposition bipartisan agreement. This, in my opinion, is a very risky experiment at best, especially taken in context that Amakoroa will at best only ever be a satellite rural town, as it will be surrounded on three sides by water or farmland, horticultural land or lifestyle properties. Most people in the wider area are completely unaware, this is the biggie, unaware that potentially 7-level, 23-metre high buildings could potentially be built in Amakoroa over quite significant areas of land. And that's the stage 3C within
yes.
And that's the part that I can't get my head around to this day, you know. We're basically going to only ever, in my mind, be a rural satellite town. I guess 13,000 people out there talking. You're surrounded by green space, by water, and to think other people from all over the hills going to be looking down on potentially little tower blocks poking up there. It's just 20 k's out from Tauranga. A little bit weird, you know. It's just I don't see people wanting to live out there that far from Tauranga, if you like, but and live in those I won't call them high rise, but they're up to 23 metres if you have car parking underneath them, so it's at 7 level. There's this development in Bethlehem recently next to the shopping centre there, next to Woolworths as it is now. And it's a 3 level. I think it might be a social housing type of building.
I know what the ones you're referring to.
We were away recently, and I was just texting with Penny, and I just thought, how big is that building? And in my mind, I was thinking that was about 7 levels. So I got back and counted that it's 3. But in what we're used to, and our neighbourhoods, our areas, it's actually quite stark. And not that I'm saying that 3 levels is the end of the world, because I can see in most of this medium density, that's probably what it's aiming towards. I think that it's done well. It's potentially can work, but my fear is that developers' experience in New Zealand for building that sort of product, I'm not sure if they've really got the experience. I'm not sure, I don't want to sound, just from previous examples of what we've seen, and in the lakes is a good example. There's some there which might only be 2 level, I think, but it's some of that hasn't, you know, it looks pretty dated and pretty worn out pretty quickly. And we tend to be we're still building in timber and 4x2s and stuff. We're not building the houses. We're not building them properly as, you know, concrete mid floors and concrete structures and proper because of the cost. Simple as that. And the costs are horrendous already. I'm about to do a home renovation, and I know the costs are absolutely horrendous. You just wouldn't believe it. But so yeah, that's one of my big concerns. Is just the quality of housing, quality of development, I know there's rules and regulations in place. I kind of backed off months ago when looking at all this, because I thought after a while it goes over my head. I'm not going to pretend to understand it all. You're kind of trusting in these guys that they know what they're doing. Mind you, Kaimai Views is a good example, which gets brought up quite regularly, where it was a partnership with council and Classic Builders, and it has been sort of slated, and I've heard council staff say that was a mistake. You know, didn't come off very well, and I guess we can't afford to make those mistakes anymore. That's what I'm saying. It's not a veggie garden where you plant it for 6 months and you replant it. This is once it's there, it's very hard to undo these things. And yeah, those I guess are some of my concerns, and particularly with the concerns just with the building, the standards of how it comes out. If it's done nicely, it kind of inspires me on one hand to hang around, to be involved potentially, but I don't want to end up putting myself at financial risk and, you know, to be honest, I'll probably be too old by the time it happens, but it's just trying to sort of suss out different ways of doing things that are going to appeal to most people and families and things, rather than just build the same old and find it's, you know, not a quality product in time that it ends up being, we end up regretting the decisions, I suppose, of now. I can't think, it's like, I'm not being very articulate, I'm aware of that, but I'm just, yeah, struggling to find the right words to say what I want to say. And I guess one of the concerns is Kaingora's submission, and where they're suggesting that 20 to 30 lots is low per hectare, they want 50, you know, and not just on some of it, on all of it. I think they've said, if I read that correctly, which is, to me, isn't, you know, they're putting an Auckland model or a model from somewhere in a country town, so it's kind of like weird. Anyway, so I'd hopefully that common sense prevails in regard to that.
I think they wanted on 3C, was it?
It was on it's already on 3C.
Oh.
The high, potential to put 7 lots, seven high dwellings, 7 level dwellings. And that's another consideration too, just thinking of the topography of the ground. Most of the ground is reasonably flat in those areas, so reasonably easy to build on, but it does drop away quite rapidly into the gully systems. So you end up with, you know, I personally would be very nervous if I was developing. I was nervous enough about my own home, which sits on the edge of a bank, when all those floods and storms were occurring 6 months ago. I mean, all our stormwater, we made sure we drained it away at the time. We didn't put it into the ground, but it would make me very nervous developing some of that land close around to those gully systems. And you know, I know it intimately. It's lived and worked on it for my whole life. So it's and things do. Things, you know, when you saw those pictures and the east coast of land just disappearing down the hill, it's like a little bit from you sort of sit like that and it just goes straight down. So I know there's been setback on some of the areas with rural residential land, but a lot of it is, you know, it does drop pretty rapidly. So to be honest, I wouldn't develop it myself. I'd probably sell it to someone else to let them. You know, I couldn't live with myself if something happened. It's reality.
I was just going to add on to that, that I have a concern that some of the land included in the MDR zones has previously been identified as constrained. It's largely included in 3A near me. But yeah, there is quite a contour in there, and it does slope down to the gullies, and the extent of earthworks that would need to be involved would likely bring the whole hill down. Yeah. That is a big concern, and I guess, yeah, I just don't know that they would actually get their minimum 15 household units in that particular area.
So there might need to be some negotiation at the time based on common sense.
Common sense and what's happening with all the environment and the flooding and the slips, and, you know, maybe we need to be a little bit smarter about the way we build and you know, do these plans.
Anyway,
because I don't think it's going to get any better.
I'll just move forward. I apologise, I'm waffling a bit with these things, but the other issue is concerned, the obvious issue, which has been brought up several times in the last few days, is the industrial area on Francis Road. I'll read again so I can get through it faster. The remaining area of industrial land on Francis Road is a legacy of our initial family pushback against industrial, originally shown on council's plans around 20 years ago, which was shown on the opposite side of Francis Road, which went across the top of, across where you can point on there with your pointer.
Yeah, so it's just getting loaded up now.
Not very good.
I'll move on anyway. Smart Growth had a formula, rightly or wrongly, of how much industrial land is required for a future town of the proposed size. And after they moved the industrial from its original position, after we pushed back, after they recognised, I took the staff members up there at the time and said, look, these are the views you're going to get from this industrial estate. It's going to be the best views in this whole area. It's going to be an industrial estate. We probably make a mistake here, which they kind of agreed with pretty quickly. So, but they push. They still required more land for industrial to make up this magic number that Smart Growth was pumping up, telling us that we need to have for the area. And there's a narrow strip on the left-hand side of Francis Road between the highway and the road. So that's the area they.
Yes, it's just showing behind you on the screen now, I think.
Yeah. In pink, purple?
Yeah, you can point the narrow strip.
Oh, I think they can see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think they're quite familiar with it actually by now.
So I guess what we've sort of said right from the start is, you know, look, in our, again, from our own selfish perspective, so that's great. Not in our backyard. It's pushed off somewhere else. We kind of probably at that point thought, oh well, if it has to be, it has to be. But in all honesty, what I've said several times to staff over the years was that brought up the fact why could it not be put in place somewhere like back on the Youngster Road intersection. There's going to be a big interchange there one day. There will be some leftover bits of land there. It's not going to be particularly attractive for residential land. It will be well connected to the other side of the industrial development because of the interchange. It might be some years away, but so will the need for this industrial anyway. And I think it's still an option that it's still considered. And I just wanted to reiterate again there. I think it would be a whole lot more sensible to put it over that side, to think outside the square a bit, rather than, because it was what I was always told before, that's outside the area of the study area, if you like. And you know, all I was trying to say is think outside the box. There's room over there. It's not interfering with residential land, because the whole concern is having an industrial development on the left-hand side of the road, residential on the right-hand side of the road. It's a little odd by anyone's standards, I think we have to admit.
So we've just got it up now. So you're talking about on the...
It was this piece
Yes.
here. It was actually raised by Philip Martelli, actually, that it could be an option.
Right.
For example, I mean, there's
Yeah.
probably other land on that side too, for example, that could connect in quite easily.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I suppose the next point I was making was, to me, that would be a common sense place to put it, so it's all in one area. Yeah, so the other issue was, I suppose, if in the event that wasn't taken on board, it is deemed that it has to be in Francis Road, then I think the options which have been brought up and discussed was the bunding issues. And one thing I don't think it ended up in the final thing was actually, I may be wrong, but it was just having one entry point into any industrial land that's on that side there.
Yes.
So there's no frontages of buildings onto the residential area. So effectively, it is its own zone. It's contained in there through one entry point, and it's basically it almost backs on it. So that you then have your bunding on the Francis Road side to bund it for the buildings, but the way it's been shown, I kind of would debate the way it's shown. I'd almost say, I'd argue it could be back to front the way it's shown now, because it's got the high bunding on the residential side, and to me that's kind of locking out the residents from their own road, and it's making it, it's saying that's a yeah, that one there. I'd almost flip that, and I know that if the entry to the industrial was just through this one point, then it would make sense in my mind to flip it. In fact, you wouldn't. I noticed the bunding so high, they've got handrails on it, but I wouldn't bother having a footpath on that side of the road. I just have it planted on the industrial side of the road. The footpath's on the other side. You don't no reason for people to be crossing the road there to that side of the road. It could just be a big green belt, and there's a footpath on the residential side. So that would be the logic. If you had the traffic off that road, in through one entry point, and I know it was suggested that the roundabout that will come through from Prole Road to join up with Francis Road could be an entry point, or I'd argue could even be higher up the road, and then this problem is better solved again. And the whole thing's just would be inward looking rather than facing. So the last thing you want to do is have a residential road with a whole bunch of holes in your bunding with entries all the way down there and things. You know, it's just yeah.
And the beauty of having the entry point further up is that they're not trucks, whatever, aren't driving all the way down beside the residential.
It's minimising.
Yeah, minimising the impact of it. Yeah, giving it its own space. Yeah, if it has to be there.
Anyway, I'm just about done, but there might just one more point I wrote here, which is more of a personal point, and it was just purely on our, well, not just purely on ours, but any of the rural residential area which we happen to have a reasonable amount of. I had asked for the site coverages to be looked at because I didn't believe they were workable, and Jeff's done that and has agreed, but that wasn't workable and has come up with an alternative. But I'm not sure if the thing I wrote down about the connection to sewage was ever followed up. I didn't find it. I went and had a quick search this morning. I don't know, but it was all it was. All my point was that yes, eventually, if the land is developed and the sewage is close by, obviously yes, you'd help on that. But existing properties we've got now, rural residential ones, some of the neighbours, or one of them you saw yesterday, there's half dozen lots down there. Now, they're all on septic tanks, like everyone else is out there. It would be fairly difficult to hook them in, and well, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would be. I don't know whose cost would that be now. Existing properties, for example, that would remain, that would still remain there because there will be a certain number. And more to the point, if, for example, I took the example, 10 years' time, maybe Penny's property's developed. She decides she wants to bail out, but she still wants to live on the family property. She might like to build a place down on ours, for example. Now, potentially, we could subdivide a piece off with the rules, potentially, I guess. But if you're going to hook to a sewer, well, there will be no sewer. It'll still be 10 years away. So it was those sort of reasons, just from practicality. I've got a couple of children. They may, same thing. They may want to build a home or something. It's more just having some mechanism in there to enable, the septic tank to be allowable, even if it's not a permanent solution, but and the other thing was, of course, cost to hook in. If you've got a block that's down 100 metres down a driveway just because of the nature of the geography, and your nearest storage point is 100 metres back that way, for example, it's 200 metres of sewer lining and pump stations to push for one guy up the hill there. It might make that land very difficult to develop, or unlikely that it will develop. And I don't really want to be grazing 10 cows around there for the rest of my life, So, while the rest of it's all township, that's kind of it needs to be cohesively done so that they can be developed. Otherwise, you're going to have these sort of wasteland bits almost left over. Anyway, I know Penny wants to talk about rates and things now because that's been. I'll just start it quickly because I in my submission I did have something in there that I wanted to be sure that we would have some form of being able to, some means of being able to maintain our rates as per their current usage. Now, because the concern is, and it's just happened, that the properties have already been revalued. Quotable values QV's jumped in there very quickly, and they've picked up on the fact that it's already notified. Bang, we can revalue them. We're revalued now as residential, despite us being 20 plus years away. So you can see what's going to happen to your rates. It's kind of what we're warned about. You get rated off your properties. Now, no one wants to be in that situation because it's going to cost us dearly. It's going to force you into a position where they just every year or every 3 years, a very steep upward curve.
But you're not able to.
We're not able to develop. So it's almost like. I just trying to think of the last point I was trying to make. We'd asked for something to, and we've been told there was such a rates remission scheme, but it's all got very complicated now, so I'll let Penny carry on because she's had weeks of it trying to deal with this. It's just
more stress.
Driving us nuts.
So I'm going to read you a story, and sorry. So maybe I don't need to read it all actually, but obviously my property and neighbouring properties in Francis Road and the State Highway end of Omokoroa Road are included in Stage 3 Omokoroa Structure Plan. Per the Council's development sequencing here, our properties are not expected to develop for 10 to 20 plus years until roading, specifically the extension of Francis Road to Omokoroa Road, which is to be funded and built by Waka Kotahi in conjunction with the interchange in Stage 2 Takatimu project and other infrastructures in place. So in my submission, I raised a concern on the timing of the change of zoning from future urban to whatever, given that our land values will increase if it does go ahead. Our usage hasn't changed and development staging is 10 to 20 plus years away. So in previous discussions with council, we've been advised that if your land use didn't change, your rating basis wouldn't change. And I noticed per Jeff's section 42A report, he identified the council's rates remission policy on rezoned land and being to ensure the rezoned land rating basis doesn't change until the property is sold or subdivided or the use changes to that of the new zone. And in our case, he expected the council will apply their existing rates remission policy. And that was also advised by Natalie in some meeting notes after a meeting on site. So we got our valuations from QV in July, and hey, our land values had gone up hugely.
Not just our land value.
Value of improvements had
Our value of improvements have been
significantly
cut.
dropped.
Like I've got a kiwi fruit orchard, gold kiwi fruit orchard. It should be valued probably half of that value. It should be based on its gold license. It's covered. It's irrigated. It's frost protected. There's all sorts of things. There should be a significant amount of improvement value. That's written down minimally, and it's 20 years out from development. It's basically. So we've both spoken to valuers. It's cost me money speaking to a valuer. So it's frustrating process because it's just like a very simple thing, which I thought we could correct with QV. They made a mistake, and it's just been dragging on for weeks, creating stress. It's just costing money. Yeah, sorry.
So QV, searching their website, they'd actually changed our rating category to residential vacant block, and so that's why. And then on viewing Western Bay and Plenty District Council rates and property search, we all looked at our proposed rates, and in our neighbouring area, do you want to do the pointing on the? It's Richard and just push that. All the properties identified in our little area proposed to be zoned medium density residential have had the.
Oh, okay, so that's
Yeah, had the rating category changed to residential vacant block. So, and on further investigation, those properties to be zoned industrial or active reserve in Amakoroa Road did not have a rating category change.
So we've got properties side by side, exactly the
And
same.
we're still categorised as horticultural or lifestyle block rating, and so they didn't have the big land value increase or the rates increase. So we identified 9 properties of our immediate neighbours, ranging from horticulture to mainly the horticulture and grazing block. So the rates have increased from 54 to 180%. The average rate increase for the Western Bay is just over 7%. So you can see where we go, oh my God. Robert got in touch with Natalie, and she advised to put in a rating, an objection with QV, and also same advice from an independent valuer, so which we all did. They came back with a letter to say there'd been so many objections to get through in Western BOP that they would potentially not be able to review the properties until the end of January 2024. In the interim, our rates bill's coming out probably tomorrow.
September, yeah.
So it's like, okay, right. So what was the next step? I then approached council. This is where it gets interesting. I then approached council to obtain a rates remission form. Natalie had it forwarded the policy, which is on their website, which is excellent. So we had a bit of information, and I asked for a form from the rating team, and they said there is no such form. We don't have this policy. We've never heard of it. It's never been used. And I'm going, but it's on your website. No, we don't. It's like, okay. So that was 2 conversations I didn't get anyway. So I thought, right, I'm going to email them. And instead of actually probably emailing info, I emailed, because you get a bounce back to say, thank you, we've got your email. I emailed the rates directly. I got no reply for a week, 10 days.
More than 10 days.
Yeah, and so I thought, right, I've phoned again. Anyway, it's been a bit of a drama, but yesterday I got an email back. Oh, actually, listen, hang on. Okay, So long story short, after a few weeks of further phone calls and emails and some frustration, I ended up going into council offices to ask for a copy of the form. I ended up speaking to the new head of rates, who was very apologetic, and eventually managed to find the form, which we have now completed and submitted on his advice ASAP while he investigated further. He contacted me yesterday, this was after about another 3 weeks, yeah, to say that, so there has been some progress made. So we're following that through, and it looks like they're going to come to the party. But my question is, are we going to have to go through this every 3 years? You know?
And more to the point,
when the rating gets reviewed.
it has to go back to council to actually, because the forms are all now too late. They have to be filed by July. Now, when do you think the QV valuation thing comes out? They have to be filed by the 1st of July. Now, QV comes out in July. So
Yeah.
there's no
So
opportunity to do it.
gotcha for a year.
It's very frustrating, putting it
Yeah,
mildly.
but it's just interesting. So then we still need to find out some more information. So we'll be following up with Steve now that we've got some progress, which is excellent. And I don't know whether. But anyway, yeah, we still need to find out about what the terms and conditions are, because like similar, I looked at TCC's policy, Tauranga City Council, and if you sell, subdivide or change land use within 6 years, all postpones rates become payable, so they get you back. So there's no such wording on the website on Western Bay, so I don't know if they have the similar policy or what. So, and, you know, we have a query whether rating category should have actually been changed, or whether ours is right, the ones that is industrial are wrong. I don't know. Or it's still zoned horticulture that are proposed to be industrial. So, or whether the QV just haven't taken into account the timing of the development. I don't know. There's still a lot of unknowns, but I did note when I looked at the policy just before actually, and it says, the objective of the policy is to ensure owners of rating units that council has rezoned can maintain their existing rating category. So that sort of implies that it shouldn't have been changed, but I guess we're going to find out.
We're in the dark. We're in the hands of of staff to get the councillors on board, which just seems bloody ridiculous. Apologise for my language, but it's just like we've done nothing here, and you kind of just, you know, you're getting a bit screwed by the system a little bit here, and you've got to fight for yourself, which is just, it wears you down. It's just unnecessary. And should be.
Okay, and shall I look this way? I should have done this at the
What's
start.
that?
Yeah, we.
This might have been better presented at the start. Yeah, just talking about the community.
I've watched quite a lot of the discussions. You sort of get a bit hooked into it. I don't know. It's a bit, you know, it's quite interesting because you're dealing with our future. So yeah, I just wanted to give a bit of a brief sort of intro to the Aomakaroa community because I listened to the presentation on Monday afternoon by Julie, and yeah, I was a bit
taken aback.
A bit taken aback, actually. Yeah. So yeah.
It was, yeah.
Anyway.
The word settlers was kind of used in a negative connotation. We were kind
Very
of thinking,
negative, and we're very proud of our community. So I just wanted to read you a bit that I actually derived.
And the time frames
out of this
involved were
book, which was produced by the local history group, which my mum founded back in 1996, or co-founded. And it's got a wealth of information there. It's really, really interesting. So I'm going to leave you my copy, but I must have it back because it's dedicated. It's signed to me.
Thank you.
So I think as much background that you can get, you know, it will help you with your decision making. So, so this is just a bit about the background. And Robert mentioned our ancestors settled on that peninsula in 1902 or 1908 on that particular property, and you know, life was pretty tough back then. They had a house with a dirt floor.
for 20 years, I think.
For 20 years, yeah. And
in fact, I had a house with a dirt floor when I was 18 till 23. I was sitting in a shed, basically. So I don't mind saying that. It's pretty a bit better now. But.
Yeah, anyway, but so many of the facilities in Aomakaroa today have been, you know, created by these people. You know, so we need to thank them for the community that we have today. By providing the hard work, planning and fundraising efforts of money, that land has been gifted or sold for public amenities, volunteering time given, labour, materials and funds donated to so many projects over the years. And some of these examples, you know, dating right back, are the community hall, which doubled as a school from 1929 to 1958 until the Point School opened on Hamarana Road. There's quite a few reserves have been donated or gifted or sold. The community church, the domain down on the waterfront, the golf course, the bowling club, tennis club, sports pavilions, the boat clubs. Apparently there's been more than one. More recently, the skate park path at Western Ave and the new playground at the domain, both planned by school students. So people have just fundraised to do this stuff. And yeah, so it's been a very generous community from early times who have worked together to build the facilities that have improved the lives of all who lived here. So yeah, I just wanted to give you some background.
Thank you very much for that.
In terms of, yeah, it's a good place to be, and a lot of people want to come and live here because of this community spirit and the close-knit community and you know, looking after each other. Yeah.
I had a query too. I just reminded myself, just was reminded when she was reading through that, the planning maps, the last one, I haven't got a proper copy of it, a cut-off copy, that went right down with the MDR, because all of this involves MDR is right down to the point, doesn't it? And it's just a little bit weird looking at the map because I haven't got it in front of me, but it actually shows the shaded orange. Now, the quality on the website on the computer was absolutely horrendous. You could not, it looked like it was a photocopy of a photocopy. It was actually on the website. But the golf course was shown, for example, as medium density residential. Surely to goodness, an area like golf course, which is actually about a metre above sea level, if you're lucky, you know, it regularly floods, would be a medium density residential. So I don't know whether it's just a mistake or whether it's just a broad brush type of thing. The reserves down there were shown as medium density residential. It's just an aside, but it's just a tardiness, if you like, of the map potential.
Is that how it's meant to work? That the medium density zone overlays everything that's already there, reserves the lot? Or, I don't know, as a planner.
Can anyone on the staff help with that question? And I'm going to open it up to questions from the panel. So, yeah.
Or do we need to find that map?
Just in regard to the zoning, and just to be clear, there's no reserve zoning as such. So the actual medium density residential zones, so basically your bank zone on this, but you might still have reserves that are actually designated as well. But the underlying zoning is still going to be your medium density.
Oh, okay, the overarching sort of.
Just, so we can retract that comment. Sorry, Jeff.
No, so, oh God.
Well, I guess the question would be why is there no reserve shown down there, but all up through the natural open space is shown as reserve? I mean, in the stage 3 area.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's more that there's a new zoning, so it's how it's been applied. So it's an interesting way that Western Bay does its plan. It doesn't have a reserve zone as such. So the natural open space zone's not a reserve zone, but it's those areas that have got a lot of different values to it. It's a little bit tricky retrospectively trying to apply that backwards on that one. But I think going forward, when council does its whole district plan review, we'll need to look at the zoning a lot more closely. There's national planning standards too in terms of terminology use, so there'll be some adjustments in the future.
I guess one thought I had, I mean, the whole MDRS thing, I mean, I think most of us, I mean, I empathise with anyone, a planner anywhere in the country that when they had bipartisan agreement and basically that's thrust upon you, this is what we're going to do with your towns, you know. I empathise entirely with the plan. I think I would have been walking out, finding a new job because it's like the government's just taking over in that regard. But you know, the National Party, for example, is already backtracking on things already, and they're going in different tangents. Whether it's not the right tangent or not, I don't know, but some of them probably not. But you know, there's the likelihood of a change of government. I mean, highly likely by the look of it, but, you know, with these kinds of decisions and things, are there opportunities to revisit these things, or if there's a new policy from a new government? I mean, or once this is stamped, or is it too late? You know, and I guess the same that question, the same thing applies to the roundabout at Amakoroa Road. That's a temporary roundabout. I didn't hear the Waka Kotahi discussions, but there's been talk it was only 10 years initially that it was going to last for, if you're lucky. I think the other day they were saying a lot longer. But as far as usability before the intersection gets jammed up because it's no longer fit for purpose, because that's, again, we've got a who knows, it might all be talk, but we've got a potential new government who's saying, you know, jumping the gun here obviously, who's saying they will do that road out there, Takitumu Stage 2. Northern Link, you know, and I don't know where they're going to find the money, but that was what they're saying. They would be just doing it and getting on with it.
No, that's old history.
That's old history.
It's 29 now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're out
sorry,
of date.
I'm out of date.
Yeah.
Retract that comment.
Are you happy to take some questions from
Yes.
the panel? Is that all right? Let's start at your end, Alan. Is there anything there?
I just wanted to thank you both for giving us your history and also for coming up with some really constructive solutions. So thank you for that. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah. No.
I've got one for you in relation to Waka Kotahi. The degree to which you're engaged with them, or
That's another of my issues.
she-
Yeah,
her
I've got
property
the
bounds.
first
I don't
one.
want to get to all
Yeah.
of your issues today,
Oh,
but
sorry.
that one would be
Right.
That would be really good. If I could
could
if I could understand what that engagement is like and how that's
Bit of frustration at the moment. They've gone quiet on me. So
Right.
yeah, this
They
is the
wanted-
second time I've had been told. The first time it was the council with the consultant from Auckland back in God knows when, 2000 and something, that they were going to bulldoze my hill. And I'm
Including the
going,
house.
including the house, and it's like, oh, okay.
That's the family
it's
homestead
nice.
from 1928.
Yeah, it's
the only
pretty,
bit of history
you know.
there.
yes.
Yeah, it actually has got a historical category
Yes.
B on it, and it's like, well, it's got 360-degree views. Why would you do that? That's weird. Yeah, and a lot of amenity value. And then the second time, Waka Kotahi more recently came along and said, right, we're going to bulldoze your house and take the whole hill and go on the most difficult route that they could possibly achieve through two huge gullies. I think it was a desktop plan, I don't know, but they didn't come out and look at the contour because it
Right.
drops off a lot from my hill. Yeah, and it's like, okay. So at that point, I actually got a lawyer involved, and they pushed back, and I think they talked to the council and said, well, what are you doing? Because they hadn't talked to the council. So
Have you been provided with the material or seen the material that they brought to the hearing?
yes,
over there?
yes.
So you've got that material.
Yes, I have,
now.
and I'm still pushing back on some things. I
Yes.
think they've come up with a much better plan, which
Good.
was in line with the council's plan on this original
Yeah.
structure plans. It's more in line that it makes a lot more logical sense. It's going on the flatter contour.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be the cheaper option, but their designation still want to come up 40 metres to the back of the house, and I don't understand why. Because why would you want to have a MDR area battered down to look at highways? Would you not surely keep it up and try and do something clever? It might even be a cheaper option because they don't have to buy so much land. But anyway, they haven't really come back on that. Yeah, I don't want them to come so far up. I mean, if they have to, they have to, but they haven't shown me evidence. I haven't seen any cross sections or whatever to show why they need it. And partly, I think it was possibly to do with my driveway. They had to reinstate it, so they had to. And I said, I can move my driveway. It's okay. I'd rather, keep you away. But recently, they have gone very quiet, and I haven't got the information I've asked for. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Our
Maybe been
understanding is-
preparing for this.
Yeah, our understanding is end of the year for some, for
Yes, I just heard
material
that.
to be lodged.
December.
But yeah. that's all anyone really knows from
Yeah.
what I've heard this week.
Yeah, so it is a bit stressful because it's just another, they're coming at me from all angles.
So if there are no further questions, I do want to, sorry.
Well, can I just say that
Yes.
partly, sort of an appeal to the panel and the council to treat the land and all people and cultures with respect, which you obviously are, because our future is in your hands, and to see through any self-interest.
To what? To see?
What?
To see through?
To see, well,
Oh, to
you
see
know,
through it.
there's obviously developers out there that are going to come in and turn it over, do a shoddy job and flick it and move on. There's other developers out there that care. And, I heard them talk about their urban design standards and maybe there's some balance, in the middle. But, the council's come back with some negative feedback for some of the work that's been done out there with the retaining and the close density.
Yes.
But their rules have enabled that to happen. So they need to make sure their rules are robust enough. They've got enough teeth to and get it right and do a nice job.
That's kind of
And that's for everybody, all types of housing, whatever.
That's kind of where I was coming from before. It's just trying to make sure the rules are robust because it's
Yeah.
all very well having rules, but it's the nature of development. Everyone will be trying to work their way around it. There's always, and they're probably bullying the staff to try and get their own way. We know that, and it's like it's somewhere there needs to be some
Yeah, we want the best outcome
You need to
for
know-
Amakoroa.
Yeah, not
For the entire community.
long term
Yeah,
for
the
everyone,
long
not
term.
just
And
for
to
a few.
keep some of its character, and it remains a great place to live, work and play. Smart, Grace.
And live, working and playing on the same property. I do that all my life, and it's not all it's cracked up to be because you need to get off your property, otherwise you go nuts. Give it about 7 days on the property or not leaving, you've got all the stuff going on in your head, you need to leave your property. So
And-
it's not all it's cracked up to be.
And actually, just back in their time, they actually did live, work and play on their properties because they didn't go into town to go to work. That was their live, work and play. And so we've done this whole roundabout, probably by allowing subdivision in these lifestyle blocks in the hinterland to end up with all this unproductive land which was productive. And now everyone has to leave the land to go to work and cause all the traffic chaos. And
Anyway, we could probably keep waffling
Yeah,
forever.
no, we
I could
won't.
waffle on about models I've seen in Europe, for example, of housing and lots 3 levels, lots of green space around them. You've got the densities, but you've got green space. You've got quality development of actual buildings. That's the first thing. It's not falling down, stuff. It's just, it's there forever. It's there for generations. So that's the difference. We don't seem to be able to have the skills and ability, and maybe it's a cost thing here to be able to build them. It's just not economic. I think that's the problem. But so I don't know what the answers are. I think you have to be careful if you try to push people into something, and we don't, and it's not economic. It won't happen. They'll be pushing down to something else, and you're going to end up this hodgepodge. I know there's all sorts of rules and regulations about you need a certain percentage of, single, double, or whatever. But it's I just hope like hell those rules and regulations are robust and they work, and we'll end up with a good outcome because we're probably unused to the most. Like I intend to stay living here. Penny probably won't because she'll be in the middle of a thing.
I don't know.
Anyway.
It's getting pretty noisy up that end, actually. So one good thing from Wapikotahi, and I don't mean to bag them at all because I have had some good dealings with them. They have listened. Is I think with the roading, obviously it's going down. So hopefully that will mitigate the noise a bit. And they're going to put a better seal on it, so it's not going to be as noisy. So that's great when it happens.
Look, on behalf of the panel, and I'm sure on behalf of the council as well, I want to acknowledge a couple of things. One is the deep uncertainty that you've been sitting with for a long period of time, and that you'll be sitting with for time to come. It wouldn't be fair to say it's going to resolve itself, and you clearly know that. But I think more important for all of us, as Commissioner Mann said, is to acknowledge the generosity that your whānau has applied to the way in which this future is coming at you. Both in relation to open spaces and housing and the needs of others in the community other than yourselves. And it's a rare thing. So I just do want to say that for the record. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Right. You're very welcome to stay for the rest of the afternoon. The council is doing what they call their reply If I was in your shoes, I wouldn't, but you are, but you're welcome to stay. And again, thank you for your time. Cheers. We're just going to take a 2-minute break, just have a stretch, and then we're going to come back to the council team. Yes, and for the council team, just so that you know, we're going to lose Ms Bennett, but we're going to find some time tomorrow to catch up with her and bring her back into the play, if that's all right.
Mr. Chair, just before you take a break, I've just received a message from Mr. Coles, who was providing evidence on Jason Smith property. He just forgot to mention in his verbal that there was one other matter he wanted to be considered, which was an opportunity to discuss an alternative alignment for a cycleway over the Smith property. So he wants to have a direct discussion with staff. We've agreed to have that discussion.
Great.
So we'll go away and have that conversation and report back.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Thank you. We'll just take 2 minutes. Thank you very much for your time. Yes. And thanks for the break. We're coming to council now for effectively right of reply. It's all
Thank
yours, Ms.
you.
Dublin.
And
Thank you.
acknowledging that you've heard a lot of information since we started on Monday morning. And what we're proposing to do, conscious that there's still two submitters that you're going to hear from tomorrow and a couple of homework items that are still ongoing. But what we thought would be useful is to do an oral reply on the matters you've heard to date. And in the theme of the team approach we've had, I thought it would be most useful to go through submitter by submitter. And where appropriate, I can address any legal issues and then pass it to the relevant planning witness to pick up on anything in reply. So if you're comfortable with that, we will go back to Monday afternoon. So
just to be clear, when you're going through submitter by submitter, are you planning to pick up where the panel has talked about further engagement with that submitter and
yes,
might be a little bit of a work in progress over the next few while?
Yeah.
So thank you. Yes.
So we had Waka Kotahi on Monday afternoon, and you've had an update from Kaingaora in terms of the discussions where Council, Waka Kotahi and Kaingaora were looking at wording for the State Highway 2 intersection rule. That is currently sitting with Mr. Clow, who's doing some more redrafting on that. With the intention that that is circulated again to the two parties and where matters cannot be agreed, just setting out the parties' position on that. So we do need some more time to get that to you. And I'll just check whether Mr. Clow's got any further comments to make on that.
Yeah, so we met on Tuesday morning. We had Waka Kotahi and we had Becca there as well, who did the traffic modelling for us, which was really helpful, and Kaingaora were there as well. So the one thing we did agree on, well, there is a need for a rule, and that the
Great
trigger,
start.
that was early on too, so that was really good. And we agreed to a number, which is a total of 2,680 residential units within stage 3. So a total number. So that allows for most of the units expected within stage 3. So I was happy with that number, and it was higher than what we talked about on the Monday. You might remember the number being 1361. That was I guess a misunderstanding. It was 1361 from a particular date. But if you go back to a total, it's 2,680, which is what we settled on. And to be clear, it also allows for all the commercial zone and industrial zones to be developed as well. So an additional 2,680 units on top of that. So it does allow for a large amount of growth within stage 3. We didn't agree on the activity status, but between myself and Waka Kotahi, I said I would still recommend non-complying if the rule was needed, which we have agreed a rule is needed. I know that Kaingaora maintain their position for restricted discretionary for their reasons yesterday, and also Mr. Coles, I think, wanted discretionary. You just heard from him earlier. There's just a couple of drafting issues. One is how exactly we count the 2,680 as a total, and so I'm just working on a way that that will work in a way that's very clear in the district plan, and it's very clear to people when the non-compliant activity status would kick in, and council being able to demonstrate with facts and figures that that is indeed happened. And the only other one was, once you've hit 2,680 dwellings, what are the activities that are non-compliant? So we've agreed subdivision, and then it's, the original drafting was 4 or more units, but now the discussion is, well, if 2,680 is the max, wouldn't you also require a resource consent for every unit from that point? So we're still working through that.
Right, that's good, thank you.
In terms of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council submission and presentation, again, there has been further work ongoing. There has been a further meeting yesterday between the planners for Western Bay and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and they are preparing a document showing where there has been further agreement and where matters are not agreed, the respective positions. So I understand that should be completed early next week, but it is, yeah, so
Okay.
some further time required for that as well.
That's great. I'm just thinking out loud. So it's exactly what we asked for. Council's been incredibly proactive in this space. But if we get that material and then produce a direction for a specific matter, are you comfortable that you might go again?
Yes, of course, if that would assist the
Thank you.
panel. I don't have any comments in terms of a legal reply to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's position at this stage. It may depend on the matters that are not agreed, but I would just note the Regional Council's strong support for the natural open space zone. Kiwi Rail, and there's three main parts to this. The chair asked Mr. Clow if he could quantify the number of properties that might be affected by the setback rule and that part of the rule relating to pre-2010 properties. He has done that and will speak to that. And then I think Ms. Price will just speak to the noise and vibration issues. Obviously, we have the acoustic experts for Kiwi Rail and Kaingaroa working on the drafting of that rule, but we'll just speak to that.
So with respect to the 10-metre railway setback, that's the one for safety and maintenance purposes. I did a bit of research. My recommendation, I'll get to that first, is it can be reduced from 10 metres to 5 metres. I think that Kiwi Rail have been willing to reduce that, and I'm happy to accept that. I wouldn't go any closer than 5 metres to a boundary. In terms of the exemption in that rule, that says, it's a 10-metre or 5-metre setback now, as I recommended, that there's an exemption for properties that were created before 2010. I've had a look. So for Te Puke, there's approximately 30 properties that adjoin the railway corridor. The majority of these, I think it was 28, are pre-2010, so they currently would be exempted from having to meet that setback. However, most of these already have residential units, and many of these are large enough to have more residential units. And those which are vacant will have enough space to build a unit beyond 5 metres. So I think I can't identify a property that's significantly disadvantaged. There's not a property that's very small and joining the railway that's yet to build that wouldn't be able to build a house. With respect to Omokoroa, there's approximately 55 smaller lots that adjoin the railway corridor, but they're already fully developed. They're recent developments. I wouldn't expect there to be any more units in between those houses in the railway corridor. There's a smaller number of larger greenfield sites, approximately 10. They're a mix of pre-2010 and post-2010, but in all cases they're large properties, and there shouldn't be any reason why a dwelling couldn't be set back more than 5 metres. So that's why my recommendation is that you can remove that bracketed wording from the rule. There's no need for an exemption for properties created before 2010. I'll just note that my recommendation is only that that be changed for Omokoroa and Te Puke, given what we believe the scope of the plan changes, and because that's what the research was based on. And as a consequential amendment, the definition of qualifying matter that was in Western Bay Council's submission, Kiwi Rail sought a change to again remove that reference to the pre-2010. So as a consequential amendment, I also recommend changing that.
Right.
In regards to rail vibration, I think there's been agreement between all parties that a vibration alert layer would be accepted. There wasn't any discussion from Kiwi Rail around my recommendation that it be a non-statutory layer on the planning map or on the GIS maps rather than a district plan overlay. But my recommendation would be that it still sits as a non-statutory map outside of the district plan maps. And that's purely just because there's no rules associated with that overlay. In regards to rail noise, I note that Mr. Stiles and Mr. Charles were going to go away and undertake some modelling or work towards a rule that they could agree on together. That was maybe going to be towards the end of this week, and so hopefully next week I'll have something from them that we can work together on around the wording that council would agree on. And I also note that Mr. Goldstone yesterday, he requested that he also have the opportunity to look at that. I'd just like to note that we didn't receive any further submissions from Mr. Goldstone on Kiwi Rail's submission on rail noise. So it can be provided to him as information, and any comments that we receive we can pass on to the panel for you to decide if they're relevant or not.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I believe the next submitter was Mr. Don't, and he supported the deletion of the Tūpoki flood maps. So no comments in reply on that.
Yep.
The Amokoroa Country Club presented with a planner, Mr. Mornay, the urban designer, and Mr. Scott. I could make a comment around the nature of expert conferencing and the role of that, but I think the joint witness statement probably speaks for itself. We have asked Ms. Georgina Dean to respond to the additional matters that Mr. Hugo discussed when they presented. So if you are happy, I'll ask her to address those 4 additional matters.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Georgina. I'm Senior Urban Designer for Western Bay Plenty, and I thought I would clarify my role and experience. I have a bachelor's degree in landscape architecture and have practiced as a landscape architect in private practice for 1.5 years in Australia before coming into local government as an urban designer for 5 years, working in Palmerston North City Council and Rotorua Lakes Council before starting here. I was the urban designer for Western Bay of Plenty, working on the matters of discretion for 14A Omokoroa and Tūpoki medium residential density standards, and was in the council as the council expert working on the joint witness statement. I've considered the statement from OCC, and my recommendations are that no further changes are needed. To address Mornay's suggestions on requiring a landscape plan by a suitable qualified person on every 4 or more consents, we have drafted a rule in the joint witness statement and in our matters of discretion that says an urban design assessment is to be provided with the application prepared by a suitable qualified person. The extent and detail of this assessment will be commensurate with the scale and intensity of the proposed development. This wording was agreed to and allow council to require assessment from a suitable qualified person on each consent that has 4 or more dwellings. The fencing rule is already in our matters of discretion and in the residential standards under 14A.4.2.h. Therefore, would already be considered under a consent for 4 or more units because it is already a performance standard for consideration, and therefore Mornay's suggestion is not needed as it would be a double up of this existing standard. The other rules that have been suggested by Mornay we have included in the matters, however, it is worded slightly differently, which should allow for further teeth for better outcomes. The wording is providing building recesses, varied architectural treatments, and landscaping to break up the visual appearance from the built form.
Thank you very much for that contribution.
The next submitter was North 12, and I do have some comments to make in reply. So the issue is related solely to financial contributions, and the representations by North 12 sought to argue that the Western Bay financial contribution regime is unfair, illogical, and not justified. I would strongly refute that based on the council's evidence. But just to step back for a moment, councils obviously have various tools available to them in terms of seeking to fund infrastructure specifically for growth. Development contributions are enabled under the Local Government Act, and that is very separate to financial contributions which are levied under or provided for under the Resource Management Act. Following the introduction of the Amendment Act, as the panel may be aware, when the plan change was notified, a number of the financial contribution rules took immediate legal effect following an order of the Environment Court. And as part of the Environment Court process, it became apparent that Western Bay is the only Tier 1 council that relies solely on financial contributions. There are other Tier 1 councils that use financial contributions, but normally alongside development contributions. The requirement to pay financial contributions is assessed at the time of resource consent. So the requirement is part of a condition on any resource consent where financial contributions are payable. I think I mentioned earlier in the week that the key provision in the RMA is section 108.10, and that requires the district plan to specify the purposes for requiring financial contributions, and the level of contribution is determined in the manner described in the plan. So, as you will be aware, section 11 of the Western Bay Plan sets out the purposes and manner in which the financial contributions are collected. And then you've also heard that the structure plan in Appendix 7 shows the estimated cost of projects required for growth, which are then in the infrastructure schedules as well. In my opening, discussed the nature of the changes to Section 11 that were being proposed through Plan Change 92. And in his own representations, Mr. Gardner-Hopkins acknowledged that Plan Change 92 is not revisiting the fundamentals. As I noted in opening, there is no change proposed to the formula, the inputs to that formula. Those are updated annually through the annual plan and long-term plan processes, and those both involve consultation as required under the LGA. So those matters, including the model, sit outside the district plan and the Plan Change 92 process. In terms of the council evidence that I say provides evidence for you to consider that the council's provisions are the most appropriate, Mr. Clow discussed what in his evidence spoke to the fact that the 67% increase was not correct, and explained the basis and the rationale for the changes council is proposing. Mr. Manihira covered the infrastructure schedules and confirmed that the infrastructure is required for Te Poki in particular to grow to the 13,000 population. And you had evidence from Mr. Barrett on the model and confirming that the expected population of the model is 13,000 and that it's a growth proportion recovery model. So unless the panel has any questions, I think Mr. Clow might have some additional planning reply.
Thank you.
Nothing further on North 12. Hopefully I'm not missing anyone. If someone could please keep track. We had evidence from Foodstuffs which supported the industrial zoning. No reply on that. And Mr. Bagley, one of the Francis Road residents, I think that was addressed at the time. Yes. I'm not sure if there's any further reply for that. The next matter is Powerco. And just briefly from my perspective, Mr. Schofield said that he wanted it to be identified up front, the need to comply with the electrical standard. And in my submission, having a note in the district plan does that. But Mr. Clow, I think, may have some further comments as well.
Yeah, thank you. Just noting that I I acknowledge that protecting people from overhead lines is important, but my point has been that I don't necessarily believe the district plan does need to administer that electrical code of practice or assist in the way requested. The rule does not make it certain if a building would be permitted or not. It requires the landowner to engage a suitably qualified person to do an assessment, which then needs to be approved by PowerCo, who essentially decide if a consent is needed or not, which is not appropriate in my view, and it also brings costs to landowners and need to step through that process and potentially get a resource consent, and for council staff as well, the time and costs associated with administering that. I maintain my recommendation, so I suggested a couple of advice notes, one being at the start of the Section 10 infrastructure table for utility providers, the other note at the start of the density standards. Didn't need to put it at the front of the density standards, could have been right at the back, but I put it in a place that would be highly visible for people using those rules. And yeah, that concludes. Sorry, actually, the reason I paused, the other recommendation was that we would accept their request to have non-statutory maps of the overhead lines, because at the moment our district plan and none of our maps actually show where those overhead lines are. So I accepted, I guess, their point that we could show those for our district plan users.
Paengaora, there are a number, I think there's some planning matters, but I do have a response, a reply to the legal submissions in terms of scope and particularly around the Te Puke commercial zone. Mr. Matheson has invited the panel to consider that the increase in building heights in Te Puke that were first sought through the evidence of Paengaora would be considered on the plan change by relying on Section 80E, and I do not agree with that submission for the reasons set out in my opening submissions, and that's largely because the plan change did not change the status quo of the commercial zone in Te Puke. However, even if that first threshold could be passed, I do consider that the natural justice and fairness issues are relevant and important. In his submissions, Mr. Matheson addressed these in his paragraph 9, talking about the fact that any reasonably informed submitter would have read the evidence of Paengaora and been alerted to the fact that at that stage in the process, additional height was proposed. To which I respond, it's not only submitters, but it's also members of the community. When you look at the zoning maps, the commercial zone in Te Puke is right adjacent to residential zones, so there may be residential zoned properties right beside the commercial zone that may have views on doubling the height in Te Puke. There may also be, we're aware through this process that there's other parties seeking commercial zoning on their properties within Te Puke but outside the town centre. So I think that there are wider parties than those that Mr. Matheson has referred to in his submissions. I think he described it as possibly a bonus for landowners, but there might be other parties who may have an interest in that increase. Insofar as Paengaora argues that Council has not given effect to Policy 3D by not increasing heights in the commercial zone in Te Puke, would acknowledge that within the commercial town centre zone, the heights have not changed. Policy 3D does also talk about adjacent to, or it's not just within the town centre zone itself. And it has already been explained to the panel in terms of the process and the reasons that the commercial zone was not included at the time of Plan Change 92, and that the spatial planning process is already underway. I think Mr. Matheson framed it as what is the risk of something adverse happening in the next 2 years. I would turn that around and ask what is the risk of not enabling that greater height for the next 2 years until the spatial planning process has been done and any future plan change. If you look within the existing town centre zone, people have talked about 2-storey buildings. If the current height limit is 12.5, there's already an opportunity for additional development there in the short term if that was considered desirable by landowners. Unless you have any questions, I think that's a combination on this one of Mr. Clow, Mr. Hexel and Ms. Price. So whoever would like to go first.
I'll start off in order. Considered yesterday's change of position from Kainga order to lower requested minimum densities from 50 and 35 down to 35 and 25, which aligned with their acceptance of council's definition of developable area, which does include the roads and reserves. I'm still, however, recommending the proposed minimum yields are retained as notified, being a minimum of 15, 20 and 30 lots or units per hectare in Amakoroa and 20 lots or units per hectare in Te Puke. Council did not need to set these minimum densities, but did so to ensure that land was used efficiently to deliver housing, and it was set at a level that was reflective of the densities we believe are achievable for our developers in the context of Amakoroa and Te Puke. These yields were also set to ensure the utilisation of and payment of financial contributions towards the use of infrastructure, and they're also minimums. They don't prevent landowners from doing more if they want to, whether that's now or in the future once the market adapts. With respect to height in relation to boundary, we're comfortable that the 4 metres and 60 degree rule is flexible enough for allowing the development plan for that area, which is a minimum of 30 lots or units per hectare and a 22 metre height limit.
I'll probably just follow up on the discussion around the commercial height issue. As the council has said, the plan provides 12.5 at the moment, which can actually activate up to 4 levels. I think as Commissioner Wivey pointed out, you've got a very much a 2-level top urban footprint at the moment, so there is definitely potential to I see activate that area to the range at the moment. So I think in the interim, the planning response is there, and it does also, there's no obstacle to actually applying for a consent greater than that height. So it's still a bar, and you can always go past that bar in that context. And noting the further work that's going to be carried out by the council on the spatial plan, it will help provide the overall assessment of both the commercial issues and also supporting around that area there you could have actually greater height for the medium density. So overall, I think our position still remains the same on that. Acknowledging that, I would probably expect that as part of the spatial planning process, there would be an increase in height in due course. I don't think looking at the evidence that's provided by Kaingaroa's planners, there's nothing, I guess, really new that was provided. I think it's reaffirmed their positions on certain aspects. We still prefer how we have got an overlay for the higher density areas. I think I've acknowledged in my evidence that I don't think necessarily labelling is the best. Overlay C doesn't really scream out height or density, so I think that's where I think there's a bit of work that could be looked at in terms of wording to on that side of things. Otherwise, I think there's nothing more in that submission that hasn't been covered by our evidence today.
Thank you.
Most of the comments that I had have already been addressed by Ms Stubbing and Mr Hextall. I'd probably just reiterate again that the effects on the residential commercial zone boundary in terms of that 24-metre height, I feel like there should be an opportunity for those adjoining properties to be involved in any process, and that's why I feel like the spatial planning process would be the best form for that height to be brought in. So it allows the community to have a say and those potentially affected landowners to be involved in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next submitter was Mr Pete Lind, relating to the Omukaroa mixed-use zoning. I'll just check. I don't believe we've got any comments in reply to that submitter. Then we had the Brunning submitter with Ms Barabicino, Mr Collier and Mr Brunning himself. In Ms Barabicino's submissions, she said it was not only not appropriate to rezone their land, but unnecessary. I don't have a lot of reply submissions, but I would say that I disagree that it's not appropriate, and that the council's planning evidence and supported by other submitters would be that would be the most appropriate zoning. But in terms of the comment around whether it's necessary, you do have Mr Hextall provided the update following the Waihokotahi submission, where he agreed that the option of leaving it future urban zone may be, the panel may consider that's appropriate given the extent of that indicative alteration to the designation. No further comments on that submitter.
Thank you.
Mr Collier appeared for Urban Task Force, Goldstone and Verco Holdings. And Mr Clow will respond to some of the matters raised in Mr Collier's evidence.
First couple of points, not so much a recommendation, but just confirming some recommendations I'd already made, and I wasn't sure if the submitter had realised it, so I'll just clarify what they were. So one concern addressed in my 42A report for financial contributions has changed the definition of developable area to remove its association with financial contributions. So reverting back to the existing framework, which charges based on net lot area, would mean that financial contributions are not charged on roads, reserves or access ways. I'd also note that that definition excludes land which is demonstrated to be primarily for a stormwater management function, so it would also exclude stormwater reserves. Another issue was the definition of impervious surfaces, where there was a request yesterday to remove compacted soil engineered to be essentially impervious, and I'd agreed to that in my evidence already, as I agreed it would be very difficult to determine and monitor landowners and whether they had compacted clay soils or not. In terms of the 50% limit on impervious surfaces for Te Poki, I've agreed with the submitter's view that this could by default mean that the 50% building coverage allowance under the MDRS may not be achievable. However, I've also taken into account the views of Council Stormwater Team and the Regional Council, who have concerns that anything more than 50% per site would lead to further flooding, both within the urban area and downstream, where the Regional Council have their flood protection assets. Also, Council holds a comprehensive stormwater consent from the Regional Council, which we must meet, obviously, the conditions of that consent, which includes a need to manage impervious surfaces to that level. So we've got an issue there as well. I understand the Regional Council looking for further flood modelling to determine whether that 50% limit would stay at that or be less. I understand the need, I understand what they're asking. However, I think that going anything below 50% is getting very restrictive, and I would not support that. My recommendation is therefore to retain the 50% limit as notified, but I'd also agree with Urban Task Force yesterday that longer term solutions should be investigated by Council and regional council, rather than relying on such a rule for the long term.
Thank you.
I feel like we're moving through quickly. The next submitter is Retirement Villages Association, who we heard from this morning. So this was one submitter that the panel indicated that there may be an opportunity for further discussions between the parties, which obviously the council is open to. I would say that you've heard from Retirement Villages Association and a number of submitters that there have been a number of discussions with the council through the plan change process. And I would agree with Mr. Hinchey's comment that it would be useful if the panel would like further discussions to take place to give some indication of the matters where they think there might be an opportunity. I do have some comments from me, and the team's also got some reply to Retirement Villages Association. In terms of the financial contributions, I think the comments from the submitter yesterday, Mr. Goldstone, were relevant in the context of what the Retirement Village Association is asking for in terms of some quite serious reductions to that 0.5 figure. Mr. Goldstone commented that retirement villages today are not the pension units and described the most recent developments as something like a gated community. We heard from the retirement village witnesses this morning that there does seem to be a range of users and a spectrum across the nature of what a retirement village may be. Professor Kearse used the words that any people can live in these villages, and I think Mr. Collins described them at one stage as independent, active, older people. So I think there is a real range in what council's role is intending to do is enable a case-by-case assessment where it's appropriate to reduce that 0.5 figure depending on the nature of the proposal. I would note that the 0.5 isn't an existing rule and it does apply across the district as well. Mr. Hinchey made the comment that the Western Bay Plan does already provide for rest homes, and we have no evidence of any difficulties consenting retirement villages under the existing plan provisions within the district. And then Mr. Clow and Mr. Hexel have some planning reply comments.
Just in response to Mr. Hinchey's comments on notification, I agree that district plan was required to incorporate the notification requirements that are in Schedule 3A of the RMA. We did notify it as such, but in response to a large number of submissions that sought to reword it and add to it, I recommended removing it from the district plan. But I do agree that looking back, the requirement, the expectation probably was that it does go into the district plan. So my recommendation is that it would stay.
I wish one of the planners would make an argument that financial contributions are not a resource management matter. That must be you that's going to do that.
I'm not going to answer that one, actually. It's a good observation, but it is in the Act, so therefore it must be.
Yep.
I was going to make a few comments. I think what we saw was that difference between, I guess, that the local context versus a national view. That's probably the key. I guess we used the word philosophical, perhaps not the right term, but it's, there is a difference in how we're approaching things. And I think, as we explained on the opening day, the intent of the council is to enable all sorts of housing options, and a retirement village fits nicely within that. There were a couple of interesting points, and I think I'm amenable. I'm still thinking about it, but I think the Ms. Williams did note that perhaps as restricted discretionary, positive effects should be acknowledged. I think in principle I don't disagree, so I think that could have some legs to that. As discussed, she also proposed what was a new policy in her evidence. In my evidence, I change the wording slightly to make it a objective. I think it ended up in the new printout as actually a policy again. It's probably my mistake because I probably didn't highlight in blue, which we were doing, that I changed it. So the intent is a new objective. The wording is in my evidence, but it picks up on that aspect. Read it out. So basically to provide for the diverse and changing residential needs of communities and recognise that the existing character and amenity of the residential zones will change over time to enable a variety of housing types with a mix of densities. So that's picking up on some of those points we're making. I also noticed, I was trying to consider when I was hearing the evidence what the issue actually was in the Western Bay context. Now, I think I've mentioned earlier, I've been carried out a number of retirement village consents throughout this area and the Waikato. I know the pain that they are talking about. I've had those experiences elsewhere, but in the Western Bay context and looking at this rule framework, I would have no fear as a consultant planner representing a retirement village getting a consent. We saw the proofs in the pudding that Mokoroa Country Club just got non-compliant consent for a very, very large retirement village right in the middle of here. That's before the zoning's come through. So I guess it's a difference between perspectives, but the reality is there is a very, very enabling set of provisions for retirement villages and other housing. So that perspective just didn't quite match up to reality here. I think the bigger concerns we had around retirement villages actually do with the density issues, where Mokoroa Country Club basically as a development has failed to meet what the goals would be with the new provisions. So we're actually getting it more the opposite, that we are not getting the density that we're looking for. So I think that's basically the difference. So I'm not sure in terms of if we have a discussion where that will go unless we have that, because I think it's basically they want almost a national set of provisions for retirement villages. We think our provisions work very well. They're welcome to copy them, but so I think that's where it sits. But we can still look at some of the fine tuning. There might be aspects within the some of the performance standards where there was some validity in having another look at it. Is it actually a hindrance unnecessary for a retirement village? But I think overall our approach is still sound. I think it encompasses the philosophy of housing for all. And we did notice there's a whole range of what a retirement village is these days and those issues with that.
Thank you.
And just a final point of clarification, I think the chair or one of the commissioners asked retirement villages whether they'd been engaged on the Te Puke spatial plan, and just confirming that community-led engagement is scheduled for October and November this year, followed by targeted engagement. So the expectation is that Retirement Villages Association would be included through that process. Mr. Russell Prout spoke this morning in relation to industrial zoning issues, and looking again down the team, has anyone got any comments or
Probably just briefly, I think you've heard submissions from Russell and from Robert and Mr. Bagley earlier. All these are the same concerns. We've had, obviously, I think Robert's had some good, robust discussions at Robert's Place on these matters. The council has listened very carefully, and we've gone a long way from, I think, what to me was a very blunt instrument, rezoning at the start of this process to a more bespoke approach. Obviously, there's still the fundamental change from a current future urban zone, which is effectively more residential zone in that area, to the proposed industrial one. Is a fairly natural reaction to oppose. I think it's more about the detail of how we get the interface correct. The road in cross section, it looks quite extreme how it's drawn, but it's just that's not the actual profile that I think would come out at the end of the day. The idea is they have basically a green kind of margin along that whole space. It's shown in that Bofford Gully report that we mentioned earlier. So to make it more of a park-like setting on entrances. So a lot of detail has been done, but when we actually get to the final design, it was still subject to a different impact assessment and looking at some of those details. And just to note, I live in Judea, and the industrial area that was discussed is a very old industrial subdivision, and probably one of the sort of worst examples you'll see in the country. So I understand the concerns in that space.
Couple of questions on that one. So you're talking about refining the concept. Are you satisfied the plan provisions give the direction that will give certainty or confidence to those parties?
Yeah, the intention, I think the wording that's put into structure plans, isn't it? Yeah, so structure plans actually, chapter 12, there's provisions are put on that actually sets out the various things to be looked at, and that details, I'll get it straight up, but the details of various matters that have to be looked at, which includes those landscape side of things and the traffic impact assessment side of things. So it sets out basically the parameters for what we've tried to demonstrate is what this could look like. Again, it's indicative at this point, but it's the intention that there'll be something along those standards. And we're still time-wise, quite a long way away in terms of actually building this. So we also don't necessarily fully understand the impacts of the Wakatahi interchange until that's built, and it may or may not have some influence on it. At the moment, based on the latest plan, we've got a better indication of what land areas could be required on it. So there's a set of provisions that we've developed for this to give those kind of criteria. It will be in our section 42A report as well.
So things like access to the industrial zone, the quantum and location of those, things like we heard from you yesterday, you were talking about what can be undertaken within the industrial zone, pretty much anything. And yes, we get the assurance it's not going to happen because look where it is, look at the location and the context, but it's enabled. Mm-hmm. So can I just invite you to think about what it might be that gives more certainty and confidence to that community without undermining the plan approach that you're setting out?
Is that in terms of land use or more about the access side of things?
Oh, it would be access, buffers, and potentially some more sophistication, at least sitting in the framework for the industrial activity that might occur as you get further to the. I'm all direction lost, but as you get further down the zone, that you might be more prescriptive about the type of industrial activity that occurs.
Can I just comment on the access package? So that's a combination of structure plans, which show the primary entry points into both the medium density zone and also the industrial zone.
Yes.
And there's also a rule which supports access coming from those roads under section 12, which essentially says there is no direct access to Francis Road unless via a structure plan road.
Yes, so we've got it up on the, is that what you're talking about there?
This one's a concept plan that's kind of showing everything, but the this here is a structure plan roundabout, which is the primary entry into the MDRZ zone and then the industrial zone, and then there's also another roundabout, I believe, sits in here, which is showing those entry points. And then there's the rule behind it about the no direct access, which is intended to support the delivery of the landscape bund, which provides separation from the Francis Road corridor to the medium density zone. That's there on the basis that there would be industrial and residential traffic using that road.
So is the site too narrow to have an access point at, your first roundabout in, actually? Yeah. And have your vehicle movements within the industrial zone occur from there, so that you didn't have heavy traffic or industrial traffic making its entire way down past immediate, past relatively intense residential development and towards the rural residential zone?
I don't believe we've gone through an analysis as to whether or not you could obtain access in this narrow portion here. We can definitely look at that and come back with some advice.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. I think Commissioner Means' comment, we've talked about this a little bit over the last 24 hours, but just about the fastest access back onto the State Highway 2 as well, without.
This particular access here.
Yes.
Whether that won't be retained as part of the State Highway 2 realignment.
Yes. So potentially heavy traffic comes in, goes all the way the length of Francis Road, does whatever it needs to do inside the, at the very end there. Yeah, it does what it needs to do and then re-enters that road, makes its way all the way back along Francis Road and back out onto the State Highway. Okay. All right. Thank you.
We heard from Mr. Matthew Hardy this morning, who initially supported the rezoning proposed by the council, but I understood him to be requesting a removal of the 800 square metre minimum lot size. So Mr. Hextall will address that one.
Just by a wee bit of background, the area in question had that split zoning when it was notified. I wasn't involved too much in the original zoning side of stuff, but we carried a walkover with Mr. Hardy and his consultant on the site. We discussed the development options. I understand the commissioners would have seen the site on your site visit. I was asking for people to look across, and you'll see it's quite a prominent knoll, one of the left knolls in those areas.
Yeah.
So it was zoned rural residential, that part, because of that very nature that it had. That whole area, you can see it's actually quite geotechnically challenged, but it's got a lot of sort of natural contour still. It's one of the reasons, if we step back a wee bit, why you've got the zoning pattern. So when the zoning pattern was looked at, we had both the providing for the housing side of things, but we've always had that, I guess, the overview of the landscape values. If you've, as part of our section 32, we have the Purako's urban design publication, which talked about the things that were important to them. So the landscape aspect's one that we're very keen on. That's why rural residential zones been in Makaurau in the first place, to look at that coastal interface and keep some of those landscape values. So this area, this site, pretty much ticked those buttons as rural residential, as do the other ones. When we looked at the site, we acknowledged its proximity to the town centre, that it was a little bit different than some of the other areas where, with the right kind of design, and we looked at some design details with them, you could actually get a sort of slightly different housing model than the other houses, but it's something you could actually get some density back into the area. So we came up that bespoke approach, which they were very, well, at the time, we're very happy with. I think Mr. Harding's obviously taken opportunity to see if the committee would wish to do anything else, but that's sort of the basis for it. So we want to still look after the landform as much as we can. This will be a great example of what, if you don't have any kind of controls, someone could do quite a lot of earthworks to play around with that site, and you'll get some more houses, but you'll lose some of those interesting and significant kind of knolls in the area.
It just seems like a bit of an orphan, doesn't it, now? Given what we've cited out there in the last few days, and the scale of the enterprise elsewhere and the zoning that is wrapping around that site, almost.
Yeah, I think you have the rural residential around there as well, so it goes through to what's called the crackland, which is the landowner, by the way. So it's a little bit more undulating. So it actually does, it acknowledges both the proximity and the locational aspects, but also the relationship with the other landowners there. So it does, it's a slightly coarser grain kind of residential approach than the finer grain you're going to have down at the base near the Makaurau Road. So it's a transitional in a way, but it also still tries to respect that landform a lot more than if we just zone it with medium density. I can almost see what will happen with that area. We've seen what's happened before. So.
questions?
I
Right.
just think it's just curious in light of where it's located, in relation, sorry, just curious in relation to where it's located in light of the school, being immediately opposite the school. I mean, I understand the landform aspects and the geotechnical constraints, but that can be dealt with at a consenting stage, so, or design stage. So I just thought that was an interesting approach that you've taken.
Thank you.
There was a question following Mr. Hewison's presentation this morning around an update on the stormwater and wastewater matters he raised in terms of the Linley Park subdivision. So Mr. Manihira can provide some context and respond to those questions.
What we might do is just take a quick break, if that's all right, for 15 minutes. Have a smoke and go. We've only got a couple more to go through, so we'll get there pretty quickly. So we'll come back at 3:20, if that's all right. And now also Pia, I noticed the lolly jars are staying up a little bit now she's left. But she has also asked if there's someone from Western Bay of Plenty that can do a karakia to finish our day, because she's not here. So it might fill some of you with dread, but if between you can select someone to do that, to close our day at the end, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. So 20 past. Right, Mr. Stubbing, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Manihira. I was just going to speak to, in response to Mr. Hewison's presentation around
Thank you.
Linley Park.
Thank you. Just waiting for the map to come up and she'll just reorientate everyone. So just for a bit of context, this is the Linley Park subdivision.
Yes.
And all of that is included in a stormwater catchment that reticulates to a pond in this location.
Yes.
The question from Mr. Hewison was around effects of intensification within that particular subdivision on both stormwater and wastewater. In the context of that subdivision, it's what I would say a recent subdivision. It's occurred, I would say the first house started landing in about 15 years ago, and developments through there are still continuing as of today.
Right. But it's all consented?
It's all consented, correct. You would find in that subdivision that the houses are of a size and a position that redevelopment opportunities are low. So there's a low likelihood of further housing in that particular location, whether it be via infill or whether it be via redevelopment. Notwithstanding that, there is a little bit of robustness built into the plan provisions around stormwater, and that there are provisions in section 12 which require stormwater to be managed so that post-development discharge is no greater than pre-development discharge. So therefore it shouldn't have
From the site boundary of the development?
From the site boundary of the development, yeah. So whether that's an infill site or a larger site. So on that basis, there shouldn't be a significant additional load on the existing stormwater infrastructure in that location. In terms of wastewater, that's a valid concern. If intensification does occur, then the pump station within Linley Park will be under pressure. I'm advised by council engineers, however, that there is space in the reserve for that pump station to increase the size of it if additional capacity is required.
Thank you.
We heard this morning from Mr. Coles on behalf of Jace Investments Limited and Kiwi Green New Zealand Limited, and you asked for some advice on the scope around the request for a particular wastewater infrastructure to be, whether it's development or FinCo funded. I just asked Mr. Manihira to speak to the context of that before I provide any comment.
So just by way of background, the context of the pump station is one that relates to landowner discussions between the Ministry of Education and Jace. I think those discussions were driven by good intent for those two landowners to collaborate and come up with a more efficient means for wastewater servicing of their particular sites. I understand as of today, those discussions haven't progressed as far as the Ministry of Education would have liked. And they are now looking at an alternative wastewater solution for their site, which is connecting to a pump station in Prol Road. And council has agreed that that is able to be achieved. In the context of the pump station, as outlined in evidence, there is a question of need. Are those two properties reliant on that particular pump station? It's evident in their consents that they have alternative means for servicing. Both the notice of requirement for the MOE site and the Jace Town Centre consent refer to pumping wastewater back towards Omokoroa Road as their solution, so that they're not reliant on the pump station.
Okay, but to put it simply, ultimately it's on them either to do it on their own or collectively. And the solutions available to them.
Correct. So, and that's what we've acknowledged through the structure plan, that there is an opportunity, but it is a landowner agreement that needs to be reached to deliver that project.
Thank you.
And then I guess the follow-up was, that's the planning response. And your question was whether you have scope to put that, so that it would be paid through financial contributions rather than development, rather than developer. And Appendix 7 with the infrastructure schedules is obviously part of Plan Change 92. So you would have scope to put that onto the infrastructure schedule. But for the reasons Mr. Manahira has explained, don't think that would be the most appropriate way to address that infrastructure. And then in terms of if it was on the schedule, funding splits is dealt with through the annual plan, long-term plan process, and the LGA consultation that goes with that.
So you potentially could sheet it back to them anyway.
Not once it was on the infrastructure schedule, I don't believe so.
But for the funding splits, you could split it one way.
Yes, so I think in the context of this project, you would only have two options. It would be option 1 is 100% FinCo funded, option 2 is 100% developer funded, and there would need to be a decision around how that is split.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got the submitter, Tim Lang, on my notes next, and I'm not sure that we have any reply. But no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Mr. Cole spoke around the ecological site, and I think any reply was probably addressed at that time.
Thank you. And just so you're aware, I think we're going to note for the record that Commissioner Worthy is, there's an actual potential conflict there as a consequence of previous work that he's done. So he's going to stay out of any decision making associated with that or other parties who are connected to that matter. Thank you.
Sorry, it appears I have missed, if we go back to Jason Investments, apologies, Mr. Clow has some planning comment on that submitter.
Just on the matter of permitted accommodation facilities,
yes.
Mr. Cole's asking that they be allowed to have kitchens. So explained a couple of times, but that's a permitted rule for small scale accommodation facilities with minimal effects, bed and breakfast, homestays, things like that. It's quite deliberate that we don't allow kitchens, that they're not allowed to be self-contained, because then they would be residential units which have their own rules. And so computer's trying to restart, hang on. We obviously 1 to 3 units is permitted under MDRS and other parts of our plan. More than 1 unit needs a resource consent. So just the purpose of that rule is to allow additional things to residential units, sleep outs and bed and breakfast. And so they're not intended to have kitchens, but larger accommodation facilities, hotels, motels, other things at discretionary, they are allowed kitchens. So my recommendation is that the permitted activity rule for the small scale accommodation continues to not allow kitchens.
So that would mean they couldn't even have a little breakfast bar in a...
I don't think they could even have a kitchenette, because the definition of self-contained would say you have a living area, bathroom, and a kitchen or kitchenette. And so the intention is that no accommodation facility of that scale could be lived in separately by a family. It's not intended for that purpose. They would need to rely on the main house and their kitchen and their hospitality, and not be self-contained in their own right.
Right, thank you.
And the final submitter today was Penny Hicks, and was it Mr. Hicks? Just a brief comment from me in terms of scope, probably no surprise, but the matters relating to rates are obviously outside the scope of this process.
Yes.
And then I think Mr. Hicks has got some planning reply on the zoning matters.
No, it's a pleasure that it's outside of plan, but we know you'll be all over it, Western Bay of Plenty. Yeah.
Just a fairly minor matter that Mr. Hicks just asked whether there was that condition was put in regarding sewage connections. There actually, he made a minor panic, but yes, I checked and I've told him that there actually is a provision that provides for Rule 16.4.2 C Roman 1, which provides for when you need to connect to council services. So I think that addresses that issue. He also, again, back to our topic of Francis Road Industrial, about the road and cross section and his idea of potentially flipping it in some form. That was looked at in terms of would it address some of these issues. The big issue I guess we're having is the lack of industrial land supply in this area. So we're looking at to avoid a satellite kind of situation where there's no work. You need to providing industrial land. So with the pressures from both the state highway designation and how that may take more land away from the industrial areas, the industrial land's actually getting more and more precious in a way in this area. So our preference is still to keep the idea of the landscape, the wider landscape mitigation and the potentially the bund aspect on the density side, but there's actually quite a few landscape provisions still in industrial provisions. So I think in my section 42A response, we explained the various provisions. So there's quite a few provisions on literally now on both sides of the road to try and address some of those issues. Not this was picked up so much by Mr. Hicks, but Mr. Prout, and as mentioned by yourself before, the internal roading for the industrial area is something we could look at a little bit further to make that a little bit more explicit. It's not intended for industrial traffic to go right to the end of the cul-de-sac and try and turn around in that space. So the roundabout will provide the access into that area. We're just going to have a look at perhaps whether we need some more provisions in the structure plan to make it more explicit that we don't see the industrial traffic coming out much further down the road. So there's those aspects as well, which is kind of related to that whole cross section. And the other matter that was brought up by...
Just while you're on the industrial zone thing then, we've got the map up. One of the commissioners has talked about the potential for a direct route off that first roundabout. Is that something, you've thought about most things, so have you thought about that? And if not, why not? It's good to be back at roundabouts where we started.
Yeah, that might be the road infrastructure plan that shows the roundabouts. So there's in the plan provisions. There's various structure plans. So we have the roading and the walkways one, which might show us a little bit clearer.
Right.
If it comes up. At this point, I might need to enhance. You can point. So it's the design at the moment. So it's showing two accesses and egresses along Francis Road in the area. So what we might be able to consider is that second one that Toe's showing at the moment, whether or not that is going to be available for industrial use or not. The other thing to note is the Pearl Road, Francis Road connection. So a lot of the, I guess, internal residential traffic is likely to utilise that road to join up the Pearl Road into your town centre rather than coming out through the industrial area and back up that way. So to also help minimise that potential conflicts of traffic. That's something we can look at a little bit more carefully. And again, I guess this is still a little bit of a way in terms of some of those aspects and us fully understanding the implications until we have the Katahi side of things, what land is actually left. So it's, you know, considering the developments 10, 15 years plus, I imagine this will be potentially revisited in some form.
It's slightly chicken and egg though, isn't it? In that we're fixing a future today. And it's this, you know, we do it to people all the time where we say, wait, oh, it's too late. And there's the potential here for that too, that we fix something in time and space and that the opportunity is lost. Unless you're going to tell me that that's not the case and you can come back at it. But we've heard from a number of submitters, all seem like good people who have got high levels of uncertainty. They seem to have accepted the inevitable, but the degree to which you can resolve uncertainty seems to me to be something that would be pretty constructive.
Yeah, agreed. I think we can do a little bit more work in just trying to refine that. I think from where it was, we're notified to where we are now, I think it's come a long way. And I think there's a lot of it's getting that direct feedback from the people. And
So,
I think there's actually a fairly healthy relationship in trying to resolve these things.
Yeah, that's right.
Noting the fundamental difference about we don't want industrial, but you know, we've got state highway on the other side. We've got heavy uses of vehicles through that as well. So it's kind of, you always have a scenario where you put industrial. This ticks a number of boxes. It's not perfect.
Yes.
But we've been sort of, Reply Warden this year looked at medium density residential in that space. So now kind of had a situation of intensification of residential development, which has kind of compounded issues a wee bit. Most of the road again will be we're showing structure plan roads, how they'll be serviced. So it's going to be limiting the access onto Francis Road.
So to come back to the original question around the roundabout, has it been a consideration that the primary entrance to the industrial zone could have been, no, the next one up, back the other way there. So straight into the industrial zone rather than down Francis Road.
Well, Francis Road will be, the one you've gone for, it's going to be totally shut. So the only way you will get in is through that way. So you can't do the industrial development until the roundabout off Makaurau Road is built. So all the access to that area will be via that route.
Will be via Francis Road?
Off Makaurau Road, new Francis Road intersection. So
Yes.
Francis Road shifts. You can't do the industrial development until that new road's put in. So it's not
Yes.
like using what we've got there, which you will know that's experienced. It's a very interesting intersection.
Yes, so in the long term, I might be missing the point here, but in the long term, could it come off that roundabout into the industrial zone?
It's a fifth leg off the
Yeah,
roundabout?
yeah.
Oh, okay. Beyond my traffic engineering skills, I don't know.
I'm asking a question. I've got no. I've been around roundabouts that have got more than 4 bits to them.
I understand what you're saying. I don't. Yeah, probably we can again. I'll get some
that's
advice
great,
on
thank
that.
you.
But
yeah.
I think contextually the NZTA or the Waka Kotahi plans are of relevance.
Yes.
And they've got infrastructure in and around that vicinity, which may constrain access through the whole length of that industrial zone.
Yes. All right, thank you.
There was one further matter on my list, and that was just providing further comments on the Perirako presentation on Monday, but we would prefer to do that with Commissioner Bennett
That would be great,
available.
thank you.
So if we can find some time for that tomorrow, just in terms of high level, the council acknowledges the difficulty that the panel has, and so has done some thinking and just would like to sort of offer some thoughts at a very initial high level.
That would be really helpful. Thank you very much.
So I don't think there's anything further from the team at this stage. I anticipate that may be useful to put that reply in writing, but perhaps depending on the next
Definitely would,
stages
please.
as we have
Yeah,
the homework, so whether we wrap it up together or whether there's further directions in your hands around timing.
That's fine, thank you. We'll have a think about timing overnight, and perhaps tomorrow, once we've had the other two submitters and with Ms Bennett here, we can have a discussion about the kind of where to from here, just in terms of the process to come. I know council's thinking in our view, we've got a fixed time for getting a decision, so it'd be useful to collectively talk about how that might occur. It's important staff don't think they're free and clear, because they won't be. So that's great, thank you very much. Is there anything else from the panel for the team here? So we're on at 9 o'clock again tomorrow. Right, have we got someone that can finish with a karakia for us? Kia ora. Amen. Kia ora. Thank you very much. And is this whole team going to be here again tomorrow?
Probably not for the whole day, so.
For the designation, but we'll have most people here tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.